One stage, 6 men, and the big prize awaits. One person's going to walk away £5,000 richer and a weekly winner. Welcome to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. Hi there, very good evening and welcome to Portsmouth for the finals of the MODUS Super Series. It's week 5 of Series 6 and we do have quite the lineup for you. Cosmopolitan field as well, where continents will collide. No less than 3 continents going toe-to-toe this evening. And alongside me to talk all about the action, it's Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar. Gents, a very warm welcome to you. And this has been a week no other. Continents coming together, worlds coming together.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Great to see some new faces, especially in Simon Adams. We didn't quite know what to expect. Well, it was the unexpected because we knew what kind of numbers he was playing at before he arrived, but he surpassed those and he's living his dream. What
have we learnt from this week, especially from the players that are going to be playing at Alexandra Palace in a few days' time?
We've learnt that they needed this week. It's been a little bit inconsistent, and when you go to Alexandra Palace, you need to be on your A game, and that's why the players have come here in preparation for this, and it's come at the perfect time, and they've really fine-tuned their games.
Well, let's break down the week in chronological order, and we begin with Group A, where Akiri ran supreme. Yeah, it was the Kiwi Ben Robb. That was the victor in Group A. He was so cool, so calm, and so consistent throughout.
Yeah, we've had different types of qualifiers come through ultimately to tonight's final. We've had the consistency of Warby, the consistency of Ben Robb, and then, well, a bit of a mix in Steve West and Ryan Furness. They've been very up and down. They've been good. They've been very good, but then they've just performed below par. Perfect example, Steve West picking up 1 win on night 1 of Group B and then going through the card the following night, and Ryan Furness did something similar, but the other way around.
Let's break down the Group A table then, Matt, because Ben Robb won it, but he had to play a winners-take-all match against Steve West, who had a lead going into Wednesday. Ben held it together in the biggest game of them all.
And that's what I think the big key factor is for Ben Robb, and the thing that excites me the most about Ben Robb in this, because actually, like May said, he was very consistent, and consistency was the word originally I came into Saturday night thinking about with Ben Robb, until I remember those last 2 fixtures. He hit the 100 average in match number 4 on Wednesday, and then that big game at the end. When it really mattered, he raised the levels, and it'll be interesting to see if he can keep that and raise it even further tonight.
And it's one of those games as well, wasn't it, where Steve went out the tracks flying, Ben came back, and then he busted the double 8, and it could have been so easy for his head to have gone, but then came back, hit it next turn.
Yeah, he's just got a great mentality. Even when he's not at his best, he finds a way to win, and that's key to victory in any sport, isn't it? It's what you do when you're performing at your B game level. He's going to be tough to stop tonight. He regularly averages in excess of 90. He does have that 100+ level in him. And in the locker, everyone else is going to have to be very, very wary. He's going to be a tough man to beat, I think.
So that was Group A. The rest of the players in that field were divided up into Groups B and C respectively. We were joined by 3 other players in there. Let's have a look at Group B. That was what we were looking at in the evening sessions. This really was quite the exhilarating group. Mike Warburton winning 7 of his 8 matches. And even though he was under the weather, his performances, well, they were the exact opposite.
Yeah, it was only the last game where he may have been a bit fatigued. The throw started to break down, and it is a Rolls Royce of a throw. But if you are tiring, it will break down. That's the only flaw in it, really. Apart from that, his performance over 7 matches was absolutely outstanding. And for me, if we look at it statistically, he's my favourite for tonight, based on numbers alone.
His timing, particularly on Thursday night, was absolutely superb, Matt. A 10-darter to win a match, a 1-6-1 when he was in a little bit of trouble. When it came to the clutch, he came up.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do. You need those big moments. He didn't do it for a full match. His best average so far was a 94 across all his 8 matches, but yet his running average is 90. That is a really interesting stat of key consistency. And then when you put in those big moments, that 1-6-1, that 10-darter, he's got all the ingredients to go on and win this.
And we speak a lot about range, don't we, Matt? And his range was really small, wasn't it? There was not a lot of difference between his very best and his very worst game over the course of 2 nights. And that's what will hold you in good stead, especially tonight. And the same goes for Ben Robb. They're in a very similar position. I think Warby maybe have the slightly higher level game. But it's going to be interesting to see if those two clash.
Steve West was the story of the week. He hit a 9-darter on Tuesday after promising us he was going to hit it as well. But he really has had a storyline, hasn't he, this week? He's had the highs of 9-darters, highs of averages, and then that night where he had the 1 victory and just missing out on Group A.
Yeah, and he's also having to deal with an operation being postponed again, and it's a very serious operation, someone crashing into his car. So, yeah, he's had a bit of a week of it, and considering all of that and the outside influences, he's played incredible, and he's been on 2 further 9s, just missing the 8th dart on the treble 19. He is the best player in this group. Make no mistake about it. Tonight for him, it's all about time, and if it clicks, he walks it.
In a world where we talk a lot about Luke Little and what he's done here, now he's not going to be a part of the competition to come. We know Steve will. Could he potentially become the poster boy of the Super Series in times to come?
For this part of the Super Series, absolutely. He's setting records and breaking records. And I think he's someone that's not going to go to Q School next year due to the surgery that he's got coming up. So we're going to have Steve West maybe for another year where there's question marks over our entire field because we don't know whether they're going to go get tour cards and whether they'll be coming back. So absolutely, Steve West could be that guy. But I think before he is that man, we've got to see him win a Champions Week.
Well, as far as Conor Heenahan is concerned, he's also had a day of history at the Super Series in the past, having also hit a couple of 9-darters. He also made it through to tonight's final, but it just felt maybe at times a little bit laboured, Mace. Yeah,
sometimes it was a little bit forced, and again, when he was good, he was very, very good. You know, he's here for a reason. He's a top player, but again, it's all about time, and it's all about getting it right tonight. It's the first time they're going to really experience knockout darts all week. They do have a little bit of flexibility, but imperative you win that opening game, otherwise you're under the cosh, and you can actually win your next game and still not make it to the semi-finals.
See, I think sometimes we can be a bit harsh on Conor Heenahan because he hits the 9-darters that actually we set such a high bar for him, and he's still a young developing player.
Yeah, that's a compliment, though.
Exactly, yeah. we sort of overestimate what we expect from him, and actually, every time he comes here, he's developing, he's getting further, and he's doing better. And this is all part of the process for Conor Heenahan. I just think sometimes we maybe expect more than what we should based on those 9-dart finishes that he keeps delivering.
Well, let's have a look and see what happened in Group C. That was the afternoon sessions on Thursday and Friday. Ryan Finesse and Simon Adams both went through, and Ryan dominated proceedings on Thursday. Okay, he lost a large number on Friday, lost 4 out of the 5 on Friday, but it was really job done on Thursday, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he played a little bit better. I think statistically, Matt, we had a look at the numbers, and in spells, he was a little bit better on Friday than he was on Thursday, but just didn't get the results. And he was fully aware, just getting the 1 win on Friday pretty much secured it. It would have anyway. I think if he'd have lost all 5, he would have still progressed. But yeah, he's another player who's sort of going through an evolutionary period in his game. He's got to work out. I think for him, a lot of it's mentally. He never looked settled on Thursday, despite winning 5 out of 5. Looked more comfortable on Friday, but only got the 1 win. Answers on a postcard, Matt.
I think maybe just doesn't like being a front runner. Some people hate that, and when you're dictating the pace and you're the favourite, it is a different type of pressure. Maybe we'll see a more relaxed Ryan Finesse, because actually if we look at the odds in regards to this group, Ryan Finesse and Simon Adams to lose has been backed in all day. So he's not going to have that pressure of being a front runner.
Well, we've made a new fans' favourite here at the Super Series this week, and that is in Simon Adams. He's qualified through to tonight's final. And, you know, I think everybody's just enjoyed watching. He plays with this real smile on his face, this real enthusiasm, which is so infectious. Yeah,
absolutely. And Chris Murphy did a fabulous, I think it was a 15, 16-minute sit-down interview with him, and I think we only touched the sides, really. And listen, he's made sacrifices throughout his life to allow others to chase their dreams, and now it's his time. And listen, this may not have been part of that dream, but since he's been here, he's embraced it. He's going to fulfill a lifelong ambition by going to a World Championships next week. And all power to him. He's a wonderful human being with a fabulous backstory. And listen, I've been pleasantly surprised. I was doing some research last week for this week, and I feared the worst for him. And listen, I'm over the moon for him. What a great surprise that he's qualified for tonight. Great for him, great for his family, great for his friends, great for darts in South Africa. And he's proved he's got levels. He's had 107 average this week.
Definitely a developing nation, and he's been a great star this week. So these are the 6 players that are going to be playing in the Super Series finals then. Ben Robb from Group A, Warburton, West and Heenahan from Group B, Finesse and Adams from Group C. So those 6 players will be divvied up into 2 groups of 3 based upon their performances in the respective groups. Group 1, Ben Robb, Steve West, Simon Adams. Group 2, Mike Warburton, Ryan Finesse, Conor Heenan. Let's talk about the groups, and in particular, Matt, that first group, Robb, West and Adams. You'd sense that the 2 favourites possibly are in that Group 1.
I would say the 2 favourites are in opposite groups, and I think we could be on a collision course tonight for a final between Steve West and Mike Warburton. And I think the way that the groups have worked out, I think we've possibly got the 2 best players in opposite halves, and I think we could really get that, what for me is a dream final tonight.
As far as Group 2 is concerned, is that perhaps the more evenly weighted group of the 2?
Not on what I've seen this week from Warby. I think he's right up there with West and Ben Robb in terms of favouritism, with Conor Heenan just a shade behind, but that can all change tonight. Darts is very much on the day. I think Ryan Finesse and Simon Adams are going to have to really find another gear tonight and be consistent with it.
So those are the groups. These are the games that are going to be taking place between now and 10 o'clock. These are the group stage matches. So we'll go in chronological order from Group 1 to Group 2. So the first game of Group 1 followed by the first game of Group 2, so on and so forth. And then we'll have the semi-finals from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. Play those 2 games. Then we'll have the final to see who is going to lift the big prize and secure their spot at Champions League. So those are the fixtures. Let's have a look and see what the bookies are saying about tonight's proceedings, because this is the outright betting. They have Ben Robb out as the 13-5 favourite. Agree or disagree, Mace?
Nah, disagree. Listen, I'd have him just outside Warby and West, maybe at 7-2. Listen, he was solid. He just squeaked winning Group A, and I think the fact that he beat Steve West in that final game, and Steve West was in the group, I think, Matt, that may be where the favouritism comes from.
Yeah, hang my colours on the mast already. I think we're going for a Steve West Warburton final tonight. I think Simon Adams maybe a tiny bit of value, but he's got his work cut out for him tonight. But in terms of statistics, he's not too far away, and he's certainly not the bottom ranked player.
Most certainly the case. Right, here we go then. It is finals time here at the MODUS Super Series, and we kickstart with Ben Robb, the winner of Group A, in action. He takes on Simon Adams. It's a meeting of New Zealand up against South Africa, only at the Super Series. So let's hear from both players now. I caught up with them early on this evening. Ben, welcome to Saturday night here at the Super Series. A couple of days off, feel refreshed, revitalised?
Yeah, mate. Had some good sleep, so I feel good. I think my body clock's back to normal now, so yeah, I'm excited for the challenge.
How much of this week's been about acclimatising to the conditions in the UK, obviously with the big time difference from back home?
Yeah, and climate. Yeah, it's a big battle. Try to use my experience as I can to try and use what I've used in the past to try and get that sleep right and those patterns right. But it's always a challenge, and but yeah, make no excuse, get on with it, and yeah, get up for the challenge.
How would you reflect upon your performances overall this week?
Oh, it was okay. I felt like I built over the week as the days went on. I think Monday I had good results, but poor performance in my opinion. And then I had better performance on Tuesday, but bad results. And then, yeah, on Wednesday it all came together, and I just took the moments that mattered. So hopefully that carries on and continue with the winning.
If you win tonight, how big a bonus would this be for you ahead of the World Championships next week?
Oh, mate, not just the money, but just the confidence, you know, coming through this group of players and coming out with a win. That's my motivation is, you know, put it up against these guys, because these guys could be at the Worlds just as I can. So if I can get the performance and get the result here, then I'm get right up for the Worlds. And
just finally, what's been the support like for you back home?
Oh, massive. It always is. Only a few Kiwis come over here and experience this. So, yeah, mate, I'm back home. So everyone back home, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And, yeah, we'll give one more good nudge.
Well, I wish you all the best tonight, Ben. Good luck.
Thank you, Henry. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Simon, here we go. Saturday night at the Super Series, and you've loved every single second of this week, haven't you?
Absolutely. It's a dream come true. And then there are 6. It was a hard week, yes.
It was a hard week, but a successful week, and a week where it looks like we've seen you really grow as a player. What have you learned over the last few days?
Man, I think every time I get onto that stage, it's a learning. I'm growing in that order, learning and growing, and it's an experience that I can go and share and take back, and just do better, man. And this week taught me that I have the resilience that I need. It didn't all go well. You started off like a man on fire, then you fade, and then you come back. It's not giving up, and it's resilience.
I feel like this week has been a little bit bigger than just Simon Adams playing at the Super Series. Something a lot bigger in terms of the representation of South Africa and African darts here on a global international platform. And I feel like you want to be a real torchbearer for that.
No, of course. I don't just represent myself, as I said earlier. There's so many people that needed me to be successful, and needed to be inspired and really visualize the dream that can become a reality. So yeah, I represent way more than myself up there. It makes it a little bit easier. I'm not carrying the world upon my shoulders. No, I don't. Although I'm a Beatles fan, but I represent more than myself.
And just quickly, let's go back to yourself and tonight, in front of a crowd, in front of that stage environment. How much are you relishing that? How much is that going to help you going into next week?
Of course, it will set me up. It's preparing me for the world stage in a small way. One can never be prepared, I think. It's how you respond to it. So I'll use that experience and that guidance that I have, that it's not always what happens to you that matters, it's how you respond. And I know that I'm going to soak in every moment. And what helps me is that I feel of the energy of the people around me. So that'll be a plus.
Well, you've certainly given us the energy this week. We've loved watching you play and wish you all the very best, Simon. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, New Zealand and South Africa took part in one of the biggest sporting contests of the year, the 2023 Rugby World Cup final. It was 4 Andre Pollard penalties that won it for South Africa, 12-11. And if Simon Adams can win 4 legs, he'll get the better of the Kiwi Ben Robb in this one. Down in the commentary box, a very good evening once again to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Good evening, Henry. Good evening, everybody. Well, a real global experience for you tonight. 5 nationalities represented. We start with New Zealand versus South Africa, and it was an enthralling final. You mentioned, Henry. So this one is equally as enthralling. What a thoroughly decent human being this man is. As we discussed in the opener, Matt, he made his sacrifices for people to continue their dreams, and now he's living his own dream. Not just here, but obviously the World Championships next week.
44 years Simon Adams has been playing darts, waiting for an opportunity like presenting him here in the final night of the Super Series, and the one that will present him in a couple of weeks' time.
It's Ben to throw first. Game
Sunday,
on.
the 17th of December, when he takes on Rapid Ricky Evans at the PDC World Darts Championship. Mentioned in his interview there how he's learning, growing, and looking to share the experience, and a lot of that
60.
and the work that he's been doing can really be seen in that interview, available now on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which is highly recommended. Go give that one a watch.
One thing I've noticed, got new flights.
100.
And they're working. Maybe Devon Peterson sent him some by fast delivery, express. But yeah, he's listen, it's not often you say it in our sport, but he is very
100.
much an inspirational character, and he's made so many friends here in person, and I'm sure many friends and fans who have tuned in. Very infectious character.
100.
Tell you what, he mentioned the Beatles there in that interview with Henry. He's quite the musician. He can play the guitar, play the drums. He can even hold a note. Might even get a duet with him and Warby if they meet in the final.
57.
Can throw a mean dart as well. He's managed to hit so far this week. Well, before the one in the opening visit, 28 180s, 29 maximums now for the week for Simon Adams, and a high average of 107.5.
Yeah, that's a superb tally for a player who's never played in anything like this environment or at this level.
96.
And we dug a little deeper to try and get some data on his performance levels in South Africa. Well, he's over the course of a week, he's put over 12 points on that, hasn't he?
Certainly rose to the occasion, and a lot of that will come down to the preparation.
No score.
Oops.
And that might have just opened the door for Ben Robb to step back in here. He did throw first in this leg.
Well, we discussed
100.
something off camera, and
Simon, you require 100.
me and you didn't completely write Simon Adams off, and we thought if he finds his top game or somewhere near it, he may catch Ben Robb cold, who, let's not forget, has had Thursday and Friday off.
23.
One
And you require 88.
dart has ultimately been costly.
Well, the first dart there, costly as well for Ben Robb. It cost him a dart of the ball for the couple of singles that a 20 and 18 would have presented. So another
36.
chance here for Simon Adams, but
Simon, you require
he's already had 6
77.
darts at this 100 and he's only took 23 points off.
Refocus. Single 18. Dart tops, and he has been good on this.
Game shot on the first
Good
leg.
on it again.
Simon Adams.
Good recovery. Break of throw as well.
Well, he's bookended
Second
that
leg.
with
it's
good
Simon
darts.
to
He
throw
opened with a
first.
180 and he ended with a combination finish of the
Game on.
77. He is taking on Ben Robb here, who won Group A.
And he's favourite. The pressure's going to be on him.
Oh, absolutely. His big favourite as well has been backed in all day as he's
140.
preparing for his attack on Alexandra Palace as well. So 2 players here that you will see at the PDC World Championship. Ben Robb will be playing 3 days after Simon Adams on
57.
the 20th of December. We'll be taking on Richard Veenstra. And the odd compilers give Big Rig big chance in that one.
Some player is Veenstra.
100.
He's put in some fabulous performances in the last 12 months, hasn't he, Veenstra?
Yes, and he'll be taking on a proven winner, though, here in Ben Robb, who's playing in his second finals night out of his 2
100.
appearances here at the Super Series.
These two familiar with each other. They both played against each other 3 times in Group A.
35.
I was going to say, it seems like Simon's the one settling the better, though, and you'd expect that from Ben Robb. And when you're winning, you just always seem to feel confident in winning. I mean, we've probably been there for a couple of weeks of our lives where
140.
you just feel like you can't lose. And
Yeah.
Ben Robb's had an 89% win rate for the season, which
That's remarkable.
means he's more likely to win the tournament than to get beat by
41.
anyone.
think
140.
Nice move here, though, from Ben Robb. Looking to get that advantage of throwback straight away from Simon Adams, but he's going to be under
Range
it.
requires 64.
rather be going at 60 than 64. Although that's a super dart, double 8.
Game
Yeah,
shot on the
clinical.
second leg.
As
Ben Robb.
clinical as Adams was on the 77. Ben Robb,
Third leg. It's Ben
equally.
to throw first. Game on.
14 dart breaker throw as the response.
He said his performance was okay in his Group A campaign, and he felt like he grew
140.
as the week went on. I think he's growing into this game as well. He's sort of really starting to settle in now and producing when he needs to. And when he's under pressure, just like he did in that Group A campaign, his best 2 performances come in when he needed it the most.
Yeah, and it
85.
was the manner. He had to win by that scoreline, didn't he?
It was the 100.20 average in Game 4 and the 94.76 in Game 5.
58.
Two of his best performances of the week when he needed them the most. Save the best for when you need it the most.
The secret to success in any sport.
96.
Trying to hold on to the coattails of Ben Robb in this leg. 2 treble 20s will leave him on 6-4.
99.
Had he hit the treble 19 and there was room, he would have stayed there, of course.
$100.
Playing very nicely in this opening game. 87-36 Adams. He won 2-4 and climbing to the big rig.
100.
That's a big visit. Have a good friend with him here at the Super Series. Damon Heta has travelled
60.
down
Then you
to
require 24.
give him some support, and of course he's spending
Game shot on the third leg.
pre-World
Ben Robb.
Championships with Damon Heta. And what a great experience that will be in terms of preparation and practice to see and
Fourth
work
leg,
with Damon
Simon
Heta.
to throw first.
You're going to have a sparring partner.
Game on.
That's a good one.
It's a time of year where you just need reps and pressure. And I think they're going to be a good friend and a good help to each other in that
45.
situation.
Starting to go through the gears now.
134.
Average climbs to just shy of a ton.
If there was one fear I had coming into finals night for Simon
44.
Adams, it would be the fear of one pace. He's good, he's consistent, but we rarely see him find that level. And when we're in the group stages, consistency is the key. And when you come to the Saturday night, you just need that flash and that moment of brilliance.
Yeah, and the enormity of the situation for him, you've got to be careful to not. And it may say there's
41.
no other sport like it really. Maybe golf and possibly in some way snooker, but just got to allow your natural ability to flow. You can't force. The moment you start forcing,
136.
everything goes wrong. A 14 in leg 2, a 13 in leg 3. He's on potential 11 darter.
And when you get to this Saturday night, the last thing you want is a heavy defeat in your opening game because you feel like you're then
85.
chasing.
Then you require 51.
Well, it's not a case of winning your second game. It's how you have to win it then.
35.
Just had a little flick over to the scoreboard there after that first start. Probably wasn't happy with the lie of it. Seeing if he had a chance to throw a bit more safety, a bit more cushion, but he has come inside, so we'll move up to the double 8. What can Simon Adams do in response?
140. Then you
Another
require 16.
140. Being massively outscored by
Game
Ben
shot on
Robb
the
at the
fourth
moment.
leg.
Just
Ben
the
Robb.
ultimately the timing of everything. It's another 14 dart leg.
Fifth leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
For me, that's the best time to break the throw as well when we're talking about timing, because it just allows you to dominate the oche. You go up, you collect your darts, you walk straight back down the
36.
middle of it again. Just stand there and let that
You own
time
it, don't you? You own that environment.
Absolutely. Don't look at them. Let them see your back.
Yeah. Do a KP and take a couple of steps back just to even own that area even more.
140.
Well, the only difference in the scoring stats is the difference in 180s, and that's At columns led 2-1 by Ben Robb.
95.
Both had 3-140s. Both had 5 scores between a ton and 139.
The one thing we can guarantee you, though, that doesn't matter what happens in this game, it's not going to affect the mentality of Simon Adams, who believes that life's sort of mapped out
100.
for you and we're just sort of discovering it as we go. And whatever happens here, he'll just take it as, well, that's what was meant to be. If I go through, if I win it, whatever happens.
Yeah. Strong believer in his faith.
And you can listen to all things Simon Adams on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. A fantastic interview that's well worth your 15 minutes if you've got a bit of spare time whilst doing the cooking or
45.
in between programs.
Wrapping presents, maybe. You are
140.
one of those watching via our YouTube channel, please subscribe. Massively helps us. Hit that notification bell and you'll get an alert when we go live, and when we add new content, please give us a thumbs up. It'll only take you a second. Brilliant.
108.
What a time to get your 30th maximum of the week there to set himself up on the double. That's the question of Ben Robb. Can he hold his throw on this occasion and win the match? He cannot. So Simon Adams,
57.
out of nowhere, has played
Simon, you
himself
require
back, not just in the
36.
leg, but potentially in the match here, because this is for a breaker throw.
Yeah. Finds the double. We're back on throw.
Game shot
Full
on the
credit
fifth
to him.
leg.
15
Simon
dart
Adams.
breaker throw. This leg of the match. The first one, an 18 darter. The
Sixth
rest has been
leg, it's
14,
Simon to throw
13,
first.
14. And that 15 there. Simon Adams. Have we got a game on?
Game on.
Now, if you did miss the week and you wonder why Simon Adams is looking at his hands after each one of the shots again, you'll find out fully on that interview. But it's to do with thanks. It's to do with being grateful. And he talks quite fondly about how he doesn't like quite
95.
exuberant, over-the-top sort of celebrations because he feels potentially like it's disrespectful or like rubbing the other person's nose in it. So he's probably not
Exactly
going to
that.
like Ricky Evans, is he, in the World Championships?
Could have been worse. Could have been Gezi Price. At least Ricky does it with a smile on his face.
That'll be like two of the happiest characters in the world taking each other on
Yep.
phone. That'll be a great watch, that will. That'll be coming onto your screens on the 17th of December.
60.
Yeah, what? Throw in a curry and that'll be their dream night.
Well, for Simon
96.
Adams, I was starting to fear that it could have been a heavy defeat, which might have impacted the rest of the night. The worst case scenario now for him is he's got a couple of legs on the board and he doesn't have to worry about the rest of the night, but he is still in the advantage here in this leg. He's thrown first, and
44.
that might be an opening, though, for
Yep.
Ben Robb.
Gone a little quiet in the scoring department, so expecting something big from him.
58.
Oh, Simon Adams has dodged one there, but he can't afford another troublous visit.
In these sort of games, you always get a leg where it just goes a little bit ropey until somebody hits, and then it sort of sparks straight back into life again. It's like trying to take the advantage.
140.
Should have gone for the 18s there. Would have left 164 had he found just a single. Ben Robb would still have to produce a 2 treble visit, of course, to have left a
44.
finish. Treble in the ball, if you like. He could have gone 130 to leave 160, but I'm not sure that was ever going to happen. Yeah,
65.
like that play. Giving a 2-dart opportunity.
Good use of the board from Simon Adams, and It's all dried up for Ben Robb. And
59.
is the mind now starting
Simon,
to
you
wander for
require
Ben Robb, where he's
97.
thinking, last leg shootout, I've got the advantage of throw. Almost write this one off, and if an opportunity presents itself, bonus.
Treble 18 for double 12. Make sure of the single 20. Stay away from that treble.
57.
No issues that time.
Did bust the 100 in the opening leg. That starting hand has slipped inside that treble. And no darts slipping inside the trebles at the
57.
moment for Ben Robb. Is chasing them
Simon, you
round.
require 40. Game shot on a 6
Pins the
leg.
double.
Simon Adams.
Got self.
7th and
Last
final
leg
leg. It's Ben
shootout.
to throw first.
Ben Robb
Game
has
on.
not hit a treble. 13 darts. That will make him feel so much better. The first dart going, if he would have found that last dart in hand, probably wouldn't have built any sort of confidence. But straight in with a treble,
140.
and it's all forgotten very quickly.
Must respond.
Well, he's done the minimum requirement. Get to 3 legs. Get some legs on the board and give yourself a chance. Because
45.
the magic formula is 2 points and a plus leg difference. So it does make the task a little bit easier when he plays his next game, which will be
100.
against Steve West, if you dare say that's an easier task.
Yeah, that was his big problem. This group. Averaging a very respectable mid-80s average.
80.
Not sure that would be enough to handle Westy.
Not the Steve West we had yesterday, but every day is different, as we can see with every leg being different.
60.
Ben Robb missing 13 darts in a row at the power trebles, and then he's coming down in blocks at the moment of 100.
Needs a max here. 140 minimum. He's aware of that, and that's why
81.
a stray dart is just, again, over trying.
The treble 20 with the last start just gives him a little bit of hope, but that hope will only present itself
96.
if Ben Robb makes mistakes. It is out of the hands now of Simon Adams. Needs a couple of trebles, or he's going to give Ben Robb 6 darts here to get this one wrapped up.
140.
Beautiful shot there
Ben,
from
you
Simon
require
Adams.
105.
Just to keep him with a little bit of hope. And he's going to get a chance. Going to get an
57.
opportunity here
Simon, you require
for a turnaround
155.
victory, which at one point looked unlikely that this chance would present itself. 155 points. He's going to need 2 trebles to get a dart at the double.
Double 20, double 19, double 19.
So now he's got to go for the next best thing, which is hit as big as possible and have a big rig, having a big think.
80.
Well, that
Ben,
may
you
be
require 48.
enough to make Ben Robb think. Double 16, this doubling's been good.
Game shot
And
and the match.
50%
Ben
on
Robb.
doubles, and that's exactly what that visit was in terms of striking of the doubles. And he just edges it out 4 legs to 3 with an average of 89.26, 84.39 for Adams, but he's going to have work to do when he faces Steve West in his next game. We go over to Group 2 for our next one, and it's Mike Warburton against Connor Heenahan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I am behind the scenes backstage, where I've just walked past a very relieved Ben Robb after he got the better of Simon Adams in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Simon Adams really putting on the comeback spurt, but Ben Robb just having enough in the end. And so to our second game of the evening here at the Live Lounge, where we are going to see Mike Warburton and Conor Heenahan go toe-to-toe in our second match of the evening. It is Wales up against the Republic of Ireland, and earlier on this evening I caught up with both players. Mike, here we go again. Another Saturday night here at the Super Series, and a very, very strong showing in Group B for yourself.
Yeah, I surprised myself, to be honest. I've had the flu all week and then bad preparation, but I felt relaxed. Felt relaxed all Thursday and Friday. Westy took me 100% record away, but I would have took that all day at the beginning. That was a tough group to come through.
As you say, you're struggling a little bit with flu and illness. When you're in those types of scenarios, can you actually sometimes forget about the bigger picture? It can actually, as a consequence, help you relax a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I thought the flu actually helped me out, because normally I'll come in like expecting big things, and then I thought I've had bad prep, and then I'll just see what happens, and it just sort of relaxed me a little bit. And yeah, sort of, I wouldn't say my best game came out, but pretty solid.
But you feel like you're playing yourself into form by playing those Group B matches?
Well, I'm hoping so. If I can carry on the form I had on Thursday, Friday, I won't be far away. I know that.
Into tonight then, you know what it's like to win here at the Super Series.
Yeah.
You did it back in March time. So how much can that experience help you going into a night like tonight?
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to have been in the position before, so it's not going to be new to me. Yeah, I've got to put myself, get that first win under the bag tonight, and then hopefully kick on. I fancy myself. I always fancy myself, but we'll see. There's some good players, so it's all on the night, and to start again on a Saturday. So
it's always all right on the night, and it's always all right when you're here. So, Mike, wish you all the very best. Good night. Conor, here we go. Once again, Saturday night. Your unblemished record of making it here continues. Just sum up the last couple of days from your perspective.
Very tough group. I think it was one of the hardest groups I've ever been in, but lucky enough I got through. But I played decent at times, but my consistency is just, it's all over the shop. But hopefully tonight I can put that right and hopefully get over the line for the first time.
Did you feel like there was points left out there, particularly on Thursday?
Yeah, after winning my first 2 games against Mike, I went 2-0 up and then a loss. I didn't really mind that, but the last game I don't know what happened. I didn't perform to what I should be doing, and then got bet. But then luckily I put that right on the Friday night in the first game. But after that, then kind of went downhill again. But I was lucky just to lose the games 4-3 or something. I was contesting games. I wasn't getting like bet. So that was good.
So it's today about decompartmentalising and just making it a completely fresh, brand new tournament from scratch.
Oh, 100%. Like, once you get through, you're through. Like, no one can take that back from you. So tonight's a different story. Like, I'm a different group, different players. So see how tonight goes. You
always get to Saturday, and you tend to get to the final on Saturday, but yet to get over that final hurdle. Is that something you, after a while, you begin to think about, or does that actually give you a bit of extra motivation to finally cross the line?
Extra motivation, obviously, because, like, I'm still getting here. It shows that I'm competing like at the highest level. Obviously you get bet, but there's good players here. Like, you're not going to win everything, bar Luke obviously probably won everything, but you're not going to win everything. So the thing is to keep coming back, keep trying. Eventually I'll get over the line. That's how I look at it. So hopefully it's tonight.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Conor, good luck.
Henry, thank you.
And so Conor Heenahan up against Mike Warburton is our second match of the night. And have a look at that. That's our brand new gantry cam that we've introduced here at the MODUS Super Series. A way of getting better shots of players and better shots of the crowd in the auditorium than ever before here at the Live Lounge. So it's Wales and the Republic of Ireland in game number 2. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Don't give our secrets away. It is a fabulous shot. Hopefully of some fabulous shots, Matt.
Yeah, the secret really has been with Warburton here, the 39-year-old from Wrexham, who is taking part once again in another finals night. He's played here now 7 times and 6 times got through, unlike Heenahan, who has got through on every single occasion so far. But with that, there comes the frustration, and you heard in the interview him saying he's never won and it's time to put that right, which reminds me a little bit of last week when Cam Crabtree was stood in the back room saying, I want to follow in the footsteps of Owen Bates, who has won one of these before. I'm not letting him have the bragging rights.
I don't think this one
Thank you, ladies and
could
gentlemen.
fail,
First leg, it's
but
Mike
to
to throw
be
first.
a good game.
Game on.
Prolific. And they're absolutely on it in the scoring department. Presume that Warby is a Wrexham fan. What a time it is to be a
100.
Wrexham fan right now. Also a Liverpool fan, I've just been reliably informed, and they're doing okay.
Oh, they nearly
81.
didn't today, did they, against
No.
Crystal Palace? It was a late one. He's going to hope to get the job done a little bit earlier here. Mike Warburton, just like he did in Group B, he was dominant in that. He only lost his 100% record at the very end, which he alluded to in his interview. I reckon that might have smarted a little bit there, losing that to Steve West. And I reckon
96.
if my prediction at the top of the show is right, where we'll see a Warburton-Steve West final, there's a big opportunity for revenge.
140.
Well, in terms of rubbers, it's one apiece between them two. The fascinating final, but
85. Mike, you
there's a
require 100.
lot that needs to happen between now and then for them to lock horns for $5,000. Too good, mate. Too good.
This is where you've got to make sure of the big number and the single, because you don't want to go back to 1-2-1.
113.
That's why I think going ball first is the preferred option when your opponent's not on a finish on 1-2-1.
25.
Or
Mike, you require 8.
go the treble 7 or treble 15. Ultimately,
Game shot on
he's
the
down
first
to a
leg.
double
Mike Warburton.
and gets the leg done in 14 darts. So the standard so far this evening, not disappointing.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Warburton in that interview as well was talking about his preparation not being good, having a bit of flu, so he came in with low expectations.
31.
How many times do we see it where the old expression of beware of the wounded sportsman comes up, and my mind instantly goes back as it's World Championship season to that. You remember when Simon Whitlock had to go out about 20 minutes early because he couldn't walk,
60.
and then as soon as he got on stage, absolutely annihilated Dennis Smith.
Yep, remember it well. And I think the pressure gets lifted if you've,
90.
I mean this in the nicest possible way, but if you've got a ready-made excuse, you tend to play with a bit more freedom, don't you? You just naturally do. Sort of say to yourself, well, you know, preparation's not been
140.
perfect, your expectations are lower. I think you had it spot on. Maybe
119.
Conor Heenahan was dealing with the demons of not getting the job done here on a Saturday night. Personally,
96.
don't know what all the fuss is about.
Running average for Heenahan,
40.
85.60 across Group B.
There's a Super Series regular there in Jared Cole. Always lovely to see Jared in the house. Doesn't live too far from here now, does he?
100.
Chef by trade as well.
He is. Good with his hands.
Had some good weeks
80.
with Jared Cole here
Mike, you
in
require 105.
Super Series, and some good weeks in Southampton. On a Heenahan part of those as well.
Yeah, very popular young man is Jared Cole. Dips into the treble 10.
65.
Tidies up.
Connor, you require 141.
Not so much so. Steve West Stevens popped out to give him a high five.
139.
looking for a high finish. He has took out a
Mike, you require
154 already
40.
this week, so we know he's got that in the locker.
Well, credit to the spotter for getting that one, because
Game
I
shot on the
certainly
second
didn't expect
leg.
to see
Mike
Conor
Warburton.
Heenan go back to the treble 20 on 62. To leave double one, matters not, doesn't get a go.
Third
2-0.
leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And a breaker throw as well
Game
there for
on.
Warburton, which is just going to compound the misery here for Conor Heenan.
Oh, world of the WDF, congratulations to Andy Bartons, who's in the final.
45.
The women's final will be Bo Greaves against Aileen de Graaf. A first final, I do believe, for Aileen de Graaf, as Bo
59.
looks on course to defend her title.
$100.
So, two very active players. They're
134.
10Q School, they'll be on Challenge Tours, WDF. They are both gunning for PDC Tour cards. That is the big ambition for both.
140.
Until then, they're certainly getting plenty of timing on the board. With quite a lot of success.
162.
Beautiful finish, and mathematically 100% the correct route.
100. Conor, you
Conor
require
Heenan doing a bit of
146.
meerkatting.
He did that last night as well, just became very, very aware of the situation. But another one of those for a chance to break the throw straight back here of Mike
Shot on the
Warburton.
third
And a
leg,
fantastic
Conor
finish
Heenan.
there from Conor Heenan. A 146 to instantly reply for the 2022
Fourth leg,
Development
it's Conor
Tour
to
winner.
throw first.
Well, that was 8
Game on.
consecutive perfect darts finding trebles. He went single 20, treble 19, treble 19, treble 18, treble 18, treble 18, treble 19, treble 19, double 16.
So what we're saying is stop throwing at the treble 20, Conor, because you're better on the other ones.
Was an outstanding
85.
sequence.
When he lost his throw to go 2-0 down, again, like in the last game when Ben Robb beat Simon Adams 4-3, you start to fear
80.
because you lose this opening fixture by quite a scoreline and your chances are virtually gone.
Yep.
60.
That 2, 9 perfect
46.
darts. DG did that run, what was it, of 17, was it? And then he did one even
140.
longer than that.
Nearly did the back-to-back 9. Do you think we'll ever see that, the back-to-back 9 darter?
Yeah. Hard to say no when you see what some of these guys are producing now. Michael went within thickness of a wire, really.
100. Conor, you require 151.
Michael goes, I think, 177 or something, then 177 and 180, 170 out, and then a 9.
40.
UK Open against Rob Cross. It was a
Mike, you require 160.
ridiculous sequence of darts.
Well, Conor Heenan had a very ridiculous sequence of darts to get the throw back, but not followed it up in this one, offering Warburton a
60.
opportunity that he's not
Conor,
been
you
able to
require
capitalise on.
111.
So Heenan, 111 for another big finish, and you feel it's going to have to go.
About to say aye.
55.
Nay, nay,
Mike, you
nay.
require 56.
Goes on 56. Warby in first dibs. Tops for 3-1.
Game shot on the
It could be
fourth leg.
bye
Mike
if he's not
Warburton.
careful here, because Michael Warburton breaks the throw straight back, and now he'll be throwing to win the match. And you can see the
Fifth leg,
frustration
it's
here
Mike
for
to
Conor
throw
Heenan,
first.
who did the hard work.
Game on.
He got himself back into this. Just giving it away.
Well, so experienced, of course, here at the Super Series. And when we're down in Southampton, of course, so he'd
59.
be fully aware of the situation he finds himself in, and knows he can't really afford to get done 4-1 in this group.
100. 140. 55. 58.
Good time for Heenahan to find the first maximum of this game.
99.
Keeps pace with Warburton, but not able to nudge himself in front.
$100.
Michael Warburton, who is a fine singer, loves a bit of karaoke. He might start singing a song to Conor Heenahan in a minute, and it might be It's Now or Never.
100. Mike, you require 144.
Takes this 144. He might give us a verse of The Winner Takes It All.
96. Conor, you
Okay.
require 147. 97. Mike, you require 48.
Double.
Game shot
For the
and the
match,
match.
and Mike Warburton kicks off his campaign here the exact same way that he kicked off his Group B campaign, with victory. It's all he's known here so far. The only man who's been able to touch him was Steve West, and Mike Warburton kicks off with a 90.72 average, most impressively 50% on the two big hitters, the two favourites here, kick off their campaigns perfectly. We're about to introduce a third man to the run-in. Steve West is coming up next when he takes on Simon Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Our second game has come and gone, and Mike Warburton has got the better of Conor Heenahan to really strengthen his grip on a place in the semi-finals. A 4-1 win for the Welshman. Our third match of the evening session sees the introduction of Steve West to proceedings. He's taken on Simon Adams, who was just aged out in his first match to Ben Robb. But Steve West back on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with him to gauge his thoughts ahead of what could be a record-breaking campaign. Steve, Saturday night once again here at the Super Series. Another eventful week for you. Just sum it up from your perspective.
Darts-wise, it's been really good. I think I played well. Obviously, another 9, so that pleases me. Missed a few as well, so form's good. Just got to keep that going, I think.
At your best this week, you've played, as I say, the 9 dart aside, you played some scintillating stuff, averages of 107 plus, hitting maximums for fun. When it's flowing, it really is flowing, isn't it, at the minute?
Yeah, it's finding it, and once I find it, obviously it's easier to keep it going. It's just the initial start-up's like an old diesel engine, and once you find it, then I can sort of carry that on.
As you say, a couple of bits off the hockey, obviously with the operation stuff, which hasn't helped you 100%, but has that given you a little bit of inspiration?
Yeah, kind of, because like you've gone from the highs of winning here hitting a 9 to getting a phone call that you're not going to have an operation that you've been building yourself up for. So that sort of give you a little bit of a drive. Then I woke up the next morning, the car was done in, and then yesterday morning Michelle had a thing with her back, like a lumbar puncture thing. So that was a worry as well yesterday. But it's all working out for its, to be all right now. So it's good.
Wish everyone all the best with that. And in terms of tonight, you stand on the brink of history potentially here, Steve, because no one's ever won 4 weeks at the MODUS Super Series. No one's ever played at 4 Champions Weeks. If you're successful tonight, you'd become the first ever player to do that. How much would that mean if that was to be the case?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, since I lost my card, this is the only sort of darts I've played, apart from local Super League or, any of that. So to be the first one to achieve something like that would mean a world to me.
We wish you all the very best this evening, Steve. Good luck.
Excellent, thanks.
Game 3 sees Steve West in action up against Simon Adams. Adams needs to win to stay in the competition. Steve West will be through with a win. Downstairs in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, if Steve West wins, he takes Ben Robb through with him, and that will make their meeting, which will be the final match of these group games, only for position. And the winner of Group 1, of course, will play the runner-up of Group 2. Runner-up of Group 1 plays the winner of Group 2. And there may be something on that match, even though they both, of course, would be safely through.
Let's not forget the group winner also gets the advantage of throw in the semi-finals, which would be
all important in a best of 7.
Sizable advantage, yeah. Especially when we're looking at a very evenly matched sort of group that we are here. But Henry posed a question to us earlier on this evening about
first leg. It's Simon to throw first.
Someone who's sort of a face of the Super Series, and can Steve West become that? And I think he could become that for next year. And got me thinking about the face of the Super Series. It's got to be Luke Littler for this year.
But what, apart from me?
Yeah. We'll stick with Luke Littler.
Okay.
Yeah. And then last year I would have said it was Graham Usher.
Yeah.
81.
Yep, I agree. Certainly.
Obviously, it's one of those debates that's very personal to who has it, isn't it? Because there is no, obviously, criteria for it. It's like when you debate who's the top 10 players in the world, it always brings up debate because it's very personal to the individual.
Yep, subjective. You had a couple of players in your top 10 that I didn't have in mind, but we're not going to fall out over it, are we?
No, I didn't fancy putting Chris Mason in my top 3.
In Bristol?
In your house.
60.
Yeah, Nathan Gervin is there at the minute, so you have a point.
Steve West, though, has been the 180 king this week. Well, in fact, both of these players have been very good on the 180. Simon Adams already hit 2 tonight. So he's had 30. Steve
That's a
West.
fabulous tally, 30.
43, Steve West.
there's going to be enough legs played tonight
59.
to beat the record of, I think it's 64 for Luke Littler. We do have a point.
Well, Steve said that sometimes he feels like a diesel engine. It takes time to warm up. I think at the moment it's more like a
41.
wind-up toy for Steve West. He's very slow start to this match.
Well, problem he has, you see, he's in so much pain that this is pretty much practice for him.
180.
Because he can't spend all the time he needs practicing on the board. He's in just too much pain.
Say bad luck comes in threes, don't they? I think he's had 3 bouts of threes.
Yeah, his
60.
Michelle
Steve,
last
you're
night
at
felt unwell, and
164.
he's ended up with a viral infection on top of the car being smashed and his long-awaited operation being cancelled. But this will make it feel a bit better. Oh,
Shot
wow,
on the
what a
first
finish from
leg,
Steve West. Second highest finish of the week. We've had a 167 from Marco Cantel, and these two have built up an incredible
Second
friendship
leg,
this
it's
week.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
But what a 6 starts out that was from Steve West. 180, 164, converting 344 points
60.
in just 6 darts. I think that wind-up toy must have been like one of those cars where you zip them back and they go ping.
Well, we had the 308
40.
and 6, of course, from Conor Heenahan.
That finish was Steve West's best finish that he's hit so far this week.
96.
Until then, it was a 141, and that was for the match, and it also was to complete a 9-dart finish. Did that earlier in the week after telling us he was going to do it. I love that.
And on 2 other occasions, he missed dart 8 at the treble 19 to
59.
set up the double 12 for another 9.
Looks so good when it pulls off, though, as well. Like, you would have been around in the days of Bristow going in, wouldn't you, saying, that's my trophy today, and then walking off with it.
And even telling you what the score is going to be in the
59.
final, and that happening as well.
$100.
We did show our concerns for Simon Adams throughout the week in terms of fatigue, and he's 56 years old, and this is his 6th day of darts. Playing at this sort of level of concentration is something he's probably never done before,
100.
and he'll be learning a lot here, and no doubt he'll be looking forward to sharing that back in his native South Africa.
Yeah, you can tell how important darts is to him, not just personally,
41.
but collectively. His home country, like Steve, who did have a full hip replacement 10 years ago. Adams also has hip trouble.
140.
Hopefully in a rescheduled operation in a week or so's time happens for him. With us here at the Super Series, of course, wish him all the very best
Steve
with that.
46.
Speedy recovery. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve
Gets
West.
there in the end, Matt. Consolidates the break of throw.
Can assure you that wasn't a dart at a 10 or a 6
Third
and a
leg, it's
speculative
Simon to
one. It
throw
would have been
first.
an aggressive dart at the
Game
6
on.
and just over pitched. Seeing Steve West hitting tops this week like it's at the end of his hand, and tops combinations, and been mightily impressive.
Well, he had a
125.
140 60 tops. He's taken out 80 out on a couple of occasions with tops.
Is it tops just to leave a finish at times as well? He's
And double 12.
140.
On 144, he went treble 20. Just missed the second treble 20 for double 12, but hit the double 12 anyway, just to show he could do it.
For Steve, though, is there going to be a slight concern
60.
now that the operation's been set back a little bit further? A couple more weeks closer. We're now in week 5. If he does win this week, how close to Champions Week is that operation going to come? And is he going to be able to be this Steve
121.
West?
Well, having had it done before, he's aware of the recovery time, and it's going to be around 6 weeks, so it's going to be awfully close. But said to me in the house earlier, if I win tonight, I'll get up there on crutches. Don't worry about that.
We have actually seen that before, haven't we? I remember Adam Smith-Neal at
80.
Lakeside once having to approach the stage and play on a walking stick.
He broke his ankle just a few weeks before, didn't he?
140. Steve, you require 160.
We've seen Jelle Klassen in our bit of VT before this one. In action tonight in the semi-final. Tops for another 160.
120. Simon, you require 116.
What a story that would be after 16 or 17 years winning another Lakeside trophy.
I like stories like that. I like then it just writes itself. Well,
32.
we've been bigging Steve West up. We've been telling you how
Steve, you
much he
require
loves this
40.
area of the board.
Top wire are in.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve West.
No dramas there for Steve West, and the writing appears to be on the wall here for Simon Adams at the minute. He's had a double breaker
Fourth
throw.
leg, it's Steve
He's
to
not
throw
really got any
first.
resistance here in
Game
terms
on.
of the levels of play. Steve West just shy of 100 average. Simon Adams down on 75, and it looks like this fairy tale week for him may be
60.
coming to an end.
Yeah, this is a thoroughly efficient performance. 3 scores are between a ton and 139, 3 140s, 1 180, a 164 finish, 75%
44.
on doubles, 3 from 4.
For Simon Adams, he didn't even expect to get this far. This is all bonus to him, and more games, more... I mean, this is better for him in terms of
60.
preparation tonight than playing the groups that he has, because this is more like the environment that he's going to play in with that jeopardy.
Yeah, and he's one of these type of players that seeking knowledge.
100.
Like a sponge, isn't he? He's just going around taking it all in, picking the heads of the players, and ultimately with the goal of
100.
sharing that and developing darts in Africa.
Correct.
Very selfless man, isn't he, Simon Adams?
Yeah, when you hear the full backstory, for
85.
sure.
Reminder that is available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. A 15-minute sit-down between Simon Adams and Chris Murphy. Very well worth the watch.
His son, who now lives
60.
in London, has made the trip south. Must be incredibly proud to see his pops up there, strutting his stuff.
140.
He may be strutting it a little bit longer. We may have looked the conclusion of this one was a bit closer than it might be.
129.
So we expect Simon Adams here to
Simon,
start
you
on the
require
ball.
132.
Yeah, a couple of bullseyes, double 16. Oh, he's fancied the treble 20. A ton will leave 32, and he's
100.
done that. So
Steve, you require
he
92.
has to rely on Steve West not taking it out. And is he going to go ball? He is, 17 and ball.
Game shot and the mark.
Bullseye it is
Steve
for
West.
Steve West. Clings onto the bottom wire, but Steve West a 4-0 victor over Simon Adams. Simon Adams has played an excellent part this week. We have absolutely loved having him here at the Super Series. He's been here since Monday in Group A. He qualified through Group C, but he now departs us on finals night. Steve West's victory over Simon Adams confirms his place in the semi-final, where he'll also take through with him Ben Robb. And those two will be taking each other on in a game's time. But before then, we're going to move our attention back to Group 2, where Connor Heenahan is looking for a victory against Ryan Finesse.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve West is into the semi-finals, having got the better of Simon Adams by 4 legs nil. That marks the end of the South African's debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but what an addition he has been to the MODUS Super Series over the last 6 days or so, and we wish him all the very best at the Alexandra Palace in a few days' time. Right, Conor Heenahan is in action in our 4th game of the session, and he is in must-win territory, having lost out to Mike Warburton in his opener. He needs to get the better of Ryan Finesse if he stands a chance to progress. The man from Wiltshire, he won Group C on Thursday and Friday morning respectively, and is hoping to make it through to yet another semi-final here at the Live Lounge. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Ryan to gauge his assessment ahead of tonight's game. Ryan, here we go. Saturday night, once again here at the Super Series. Just assess the last couple of days from your perspective.
It's been sort of, I'd say it's about a C game at the moment. You know, the Thursday I was good in patches, but, you know, I was better on my finishing. So I sort of took that into Friday and just thought I was going to, you know, go up another level on Friday, and started well. And then, I don't know, for some reason, just lost a bit of momentum. And then, you know, with you keep looking at the league table, which is the worst thing you should do. And then before you know it, I'm on a bit of a scrap to qualify, and it's the last thing you want to do. I should have just played my normal game and comfortably got the job done. But, you know, we're here anyways. That's the main thing.
Did it feel like hard work at times?
Yeah, it did. It did. You know, I come through the first game against Stu, and, you know, Stu's a class player. So I was, you know, I was happy to play well against him and win. And I genuinely thought I was going to, you know, do the whole 10 games and stay unbeaten. But before you know it, you get a loss, and then you think, right, you just need one more win. And the harder you try, you know, the harder the game gets. So, but tonight's a bit more me. It's a bit more like knockout style, so which suits me down to a T.
It's a T. There we go. See, the golf shirt is back.
Didn't even think about
Didn't
that
even think.
one.
Do you want to take my job, Ryan?
Should we swap?
Yeah, we'll swap. We'll do that in a minute. Anyway, let's talk about tonight. Yeah. And look, Saturday night is something you've become very much a regular at. And do you feel like now Ryan Finesse should be a player that should be going beyond semi-finals, into finals, and winning weeks in the Super
I said
Series?
this last time. I really want to win one of these, because I know I can do it. I know if I play my game, you know, I can win one. But, you know, I don't want to be this guy that just turns off on a Saturday night, you know, gets to a semi-final and goes home. I want to, you know, make a statement, come here and win, and, yeah, and keep doing that, you know, into the forthcoming future sort of thing. So definitely, yeah.
Has the Finesse fan club come in numbers tonight?
It's not too many numbers. There's too many Christmas parties going on at the moment. So, you know, I've brought a few. I've brought the main people that are important to me to be here, and a couple of good friends. So, yeah, that's the main thing. I'm happy who's here.
Just wondering, what is the handicap when it comes to golf?
I'm off at 12, but that's a comfortable 12. If I put my mind to it, I can probably go a little bit lower, but don't tell the golf club that, because I'll still cut me down pretty quickly, Henry.
Not as if it's going on telly.
No.
Brian, I wish you all the very best. Good luck tonight.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you.
He's certainly in good spirits, isn't he, Ryan Finesse? What kind of form are we going to see him in this evening? It's been a mix and match week as far as he's concerned. He takes on Conor Heenahan, who has to win this game. In the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Sure, all of his golfing pals will echo exactly what I'm going to say. Bandit, 12. Shocking, Ryan. Anyway, back to a more exciting sport. Slightly less money, but there you go. Ryan Finesse. Too far from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, up in Salisbury. Beautiful part of the world. This is Conor Heenahan's hometown. Actually spent a fair bit of time in recent years over in Ireland, haven't you, doing exhibitions?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's
Love the
Conor to
darts
throw
in Ireland,
first.
and we
Game on.
had a look through some of the Irish heritage of players recently.
Oh yeah, we left one that's not bad out, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention Josh Rock.
95.
The one you think you'd pick out of the top of the list right now.
Yeah, he is the #1 Irish player, isn't he?
Yes, he is nowadays, yeah, absolutely.
Former
11.
world youth champion. Enjoyed his first year on tour. Had some success, has to be said.
135.
Feels like he's finding his feet.
I feel like Ryan Finesse is going to need to find his feet quite quickly in this
100.
one, because he sort of stuttered into this, didn't he, out of that Group C campaign when it looked at one point, and we was talking about the possibility of him doing through the card and back through it again and coming out
61.
with all 10 victories. He ended up just sort of stumbling over the line, and he alluded to that in his interview, that he sort of just found that he was looking at the table and distracting himself a little bit, and that is a fine way to kick things off.
Yeah, well, you suggested, and I think you may be right, that he prefers the
100.
intensity of what is essentially pretty much knockout darts at this stage. $90 remaining. That's the ball to leave tops.
145. Connie require 110.
Of course, there's going to be plenty of urgency about the play of Heenahan after he was defeated in his opening game
90.
heavily. Ideally, if he does win here, he wants to win by the same scoreline he was beaten by. Tops for a break.
25. Connie,
If he is
require
able
20.
to win all 4 legs here and get a 4-0 victory, that will be him guaranteed to
Shot on the
qualify.
first
So
leg,
he's still
Conor
kind
Heenahan.
of in his own hands, and he's kicked off the best way possible, winning the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Remember, the magic
Game on.
formula is 2 points and a positive leg difference. Conor Heenahan lost his opening game 4-1 to Mike Warburton.
96.
So only a 4-0 victory here would qualify him to the semi-final and make that last game between Finesse and Warby an
140.
open game for both.
$60.
Gonna remove those missed darts at tops and the opportunity out of his mind. We've led 1-0 the break of throw.
41.
Because had he hit that, that'd have put Heenahan right on the back foot, wouldn't it?
And this is where solo sports can be so tricky, because I remember when
80.
I was coaching at the academy, if we go in at half-time and we've had 10 shots and missed 10 shots, we'd go, well, actually creating the opportunities, we're a little bit more quality, we can start
58.
scoring the goals. And you can sort of pick out the positivities. But when you're up there and it's just you and your thoughts, quite often you can dwell on the fact you're missing rather than thinking, I carved
57.
out myself 2 darts on his throat.
Yeah, take a negative and spin it into a positive.
125. $50.
Very unfortunate
Connie
darts
require
there. 2 right on the
137.
left-hand side wire, going in the treble 5. Sometimes you throw good darts and you just don't get the reward. But he's going to need
97.
perfect darts from here, because Conor
Right, you require
Heenahan is chasing
158.
down the break of throw.
Did the treble 20. Treble 18 to leave double 12.
98. Connie require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Conor Heenahan.
No fuss for Conor Heenahan. When you come to the board with 3 darts in hand, you hit it with the first one. That's what gets the shoulders
Third
going
leg, it's
back, and
Conor to
that's
throw
what gives you
first.
that confidence and
Game
belief.
on.
And he is now just 2 legs away from guaranteeing his qualification. And he's looking like a man on a mission.
Yeah, back to back.
85.
16 darters have been just about enough so far.
$93.
Always finding a treble as well, Conor
125.
Heenahan. And again, we picked up on this yesterday, that when he plays with this little bit of fire in the belly, seems to come across as a
96.
better line of performance for him. Obviously, that's not something you can force, is it? It's normally something environmental that sort of takes
100.
over for you.
Yeah, it is very much a mindset. And I think if you've been in situations, in matches, maybe in race to 5s,
140.
race to 6s, where you've been sort of 5-2 down and under the pump, yet you've produced your best starts on those occasions.
59.
You get that inner belief. And he's in a situation here where he He understands the severity of that situation and what the ideal
60.
scoreline needs to be.
Connor, you require 132.
Start on the bullseye. 25 leaves treble 19 for a dart at the ball, which he's not going to get. So Finesse
92.
will have a shot,
Ryan, you
but it's going to
require
be under
112.
pressure here. Because Conor Heenahan has been relentless. Going to get a dart. It's going to be at tops.
72.
Target he's now missed
Connor,
3
you require
times and
40.
3 opportunities to break the throw of Conor Heenahan.
Game shot
And
on the third
again,
leg,
the
Conor
opportunity
Heenahan.
stamped out.
And again, it's another 16 darter. Yeah, 2 of the 3 legs. Leg 1 he had
Fourth
2 darts
leg,
at
it's
tops,
Ryan to
did
throw
Ryan.
first.
And another one
Game
there
on.
on the back of 112.
100.
Loses this leg. He's eliminated.
96. 140.
He's fighting, he's swinging, he's battling, but he's up against a inspired Conor Heenahan here.
125. 140.
Super stuff from Ryan. Again, when he's really needed something, he's finding it, but so is this young man.
180. Ryan, you require 121.
Is that the last chance he's going to get? Because Conor Heenahan
57.
is inspired, the man who's been to finals night 6 times out of the 6 times he's been here at the Super Series, but yet to win one. Going to need another
40.
visit to the board. He's
Ryan, you
going
require
to confirm
64.
his place in the semi-finals. That is low, that is nervy, that is edgy. Just held onto the dart far too long. Tops.
24.
Yeah,
Connor, you
again,
require 60.
one more missed start at that double tops. 4 in total. 3 different legs. Ooh, double 15. He may be getting another go here.
Game shot.
Or
and the
not.
match. Conor Heenahan.
As Conor Heenahan produces the best leg of the contest, 15 dart, and ends with a very tidy 95.43 average, 86.86 for Finesse, who, well, he's got it all to do now, hasn't he? Couple of 180s in the match, 1 apiece. The finishing, though, exemplary from Heenahan, 4 from 6. When we come back, we return to our final match of Group 1, where we will decide who tops that mini table. Steve West taking on Ben Robb.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where I am backstage with Connor Heenahan. Connor, many congratulations into the semi-finals. Fair to say 2 contrasting matches for yourself tonight?
Yeah, Jesus. Obviously, in the first game, Mike played. I thought he played really well. I started off slow, and then I was under pressure straight away going into the game there against Ryan. And I said to myself, just win the game. If you win the game, Ryan still has to beat Mike. So that's what I tried to say to myself, and then ended up obviously getting through now. So I'm happy.
What sort of flick switched in that second match, did you think?
I don't know. I thought in practice there when I was throwing beforehand, I was playing well and just didn't turn up against Mike. And then obviously there kind of came out. I know I have more gears than that, but came out. I did what I needed to do, so I'm happy.
Into the semi-finals now, and look, it's a position that you've been in a few times before. Does experience help you in this scenario?
Of course it does, yeah. Like I've been here numerous times. Doesn't mean I'm going to win the game, but I still have to go out and play who I'm playing. I have to play well, you know. So my thing is now I'll go back and I'll practice and get ready for this game.
Just finally, doing slightly better than your beloved Man United today.
Oh, stop, United. I don't know what to say about them anymore. I don't even know if I'll watch them anymore. That's how bad they've gone, so I don't know.
Well, you're into the semi-finals, and you haven't lost you don't have to get the green and yellow scarf out. Yeah, it really works as a link, didn't it? Right, Connor, many congratulations. You're in the semi-final. Couple more games of the groups to go. It begins with Ben Robb and Steve West. The winner will top the group. Let's head down to comms and to Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Well, here we go. And this is for the rights to top the table. Win this Group 1, and you will have the throw in the first semi-final, which will be after 10 o'clock once we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV. It's a nice opportunity for whoever wins. They know exactly when they're on. They've got time to rest and prepare.
The fourth meeting of these two players this week. They both started a week
First
here in
leg,
Group
it's
A.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
A group that was won by Ben Robb. On Monday, it was a 4-2 victory for Ben Robb. Steve West retaliated that with a 4-1 victory of his own. Before, it all came down to that
100.
one game, that deciding game between the two players. Who's going to go and win Group A and who's going to go into that nightmare of a Group B. It was Ben Robb that
57.
came through that one with a 4-2 success. Overall aggregate is 9-8 in favour of Ben Robb. Can't split them.
No. And
60.
all of their meetings this week have been high quality, all well over the 90 average from both.
100.
Steve actually spoke prior to that
100.
meeting and said, well, if I win it, sure, it's going to be ideal preparation, because when he's not actually throwing darts,
99.
rest. Well documented. Painful hip. We felt the fact that he'd be playing for 2 days would be
41.
ideal practice for tonight.
Well, it certainly worked out well for him. He's played 23 games of darts, ignoring the one that he's played already tonight, which doesn't affect the averages. If anything, it heightens it after he had a 93.94 in his 4-0 victory over Simon Adams. But over those 23 fixtures, his running average is a mightily impressive 91.99.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
140.
We'll call it a 92. We'll round up the 0.01. We'll give him that.
Yeah, you combine that with a
60.
incredible
Steve
haul of
requires
180s,
60.
which is way more than anybody else this week.
Game shot on the first leg. Steve West.
Well, the whole is 44 maximums
leg,
so
it's
far
Ben to
from
throw
Steve
first.
West, and I can tell you now
Game
he's
on.
not finished still. we'll expect to see that box get a few more ticks in it before the end of the day.
Yeah, I
60.
agree. Could well break the 50 barrier.
$55.
Steve needs to play with some kind of intensity. There has to be something on it for him.
Maybe the same could be said for
134.
Ben Robb here,
Yeah.
who's not replicating his performance. He opened up the evening, a 4-3 success over Simon Adams, who has now departed us, and
97.
will be all eyes on the Alexandra Palace.
Yep, we wish him all the very best there. Hopefully I get the opportunity to
93.
catch up with him at some point before he plays.
Well, now he knows who you are.
That commentator guy.
134.
Did you used to play? Lovely moment.
You probably only watched the finals, though, so...
58.
1-0. You do with your $5,000 and the trophy?
55. Ben, you require 156.
Gave it to Colin Osborne.
Game shot on a
What
second
a
leg.
finish there,
Ben
where we're
Robb.
saying these sort of games just need a bit of a spark at times. Well, light that one up. A 156 for
Third leg. It's
Ben
Steve
Robb,
to
his
throw
best
first.
finish of the week so
Game
far.
on.
Saving his best to last. We've had some cracking finishes tonight already, haven't we? A 146 from
140.
Connor. Back of that beautiful sequence of trebles. 164 from Steve West against
83.
Simon Adams. Spoiled. Now the 5-6 for Westy, for Ben Robb.
140. 96. 45.
In these sort of games, you tend to find that you get a different level of frustration. You don't get like an aggressive frustration, do you? It's sort of like a more annoyance.
58.
It's like, where is it?
Yeah. Much of frustration.
Well, when you get that aggressive frustration, it's more like, come on, and it's more like a driving force.
90.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you do when you feel a little bit flat, become a bit disinterested. You've got to find a way of giving yourself
100.
a kick up the backside.
Steve, you require
Case in point,
86.
Gerwin Price, who feels he can't play without that.
Of course, he goes double 18.
54. Ben, you require
It's a
164.
safe double 18, by the way. I'm going to say we're going to get another biggie.
94. Steve, you
Big
require
rig,
32.
giving us the big stuff on the big night.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve
These
West.
two obviously could end up meeting in the final. I think it's key, whoever wins this one,
Fourth
because it'll
leg,
be
it's Ben
fresh
to throw
in the
first.
loser's
Game
mind
on.
and fresh in the winner's mind.
$135. 100.
I think that girl on the left is a disappointed Simon Adams fan. She looks as fed up as me in
82.
Group C.
Well, she's certainly not a Steve West fan, is she? She's not enjoying the darts of Westy. Well, you certainly are, Steve. Keep giving us the maxes.
108.
Well, you said there'd be more. Right on cue. Pops in another one.
No, she was smiling there. Maybe she's really hard to
78.
please. She just...
Yeah, she's only going to smile with 180s. Don't come to one of my exhibitions, sweetheart.
Good job Steve West is here, though, isn't it?
57.
A massive 180 hit up. Almost feel like he gets one in every game. 45 maximums now, the total increases too.
174. Steve, you require
180 in the leg and a
164.
174. And replicate the 164 from earlier.
92. Ben, you require 32. Game shot on the 4 flag, Ben Robb.
It's incredible, Matt, how close this is in terms of quality to all of the
5th
other
flag, it's Steve to
contests
throw
that
first. Game on.
were between 91 and 96 averages. You rightly say it was
100.
9-8 in there. Head-to-head coming into this game in favour of Rob. I think in 2 of their
58.
3 meetings he did have the darts. Doesn't in this one.
Made that 11-10 now on that aggregate score. It's a battle that we may even see later on tonight.
140.
Happens quite often here on finals night, where you play someone in the group stage and then you end up playing them again in the final. I can tell you what, if you win the group
36.
stage game, you do feel a little bit bitter when the player comes back and beats you in the final. It's happened to me a few times. Case in point for me was Graham
100.
Usher. I beat him in the group stage, then went to the toilet and everything, came back and he's laid on the floor. And I'm like, oh, happy days. Look.
Yeah, 'cause he had a bad back, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
99.
I thought, well, I've already beat him tonight. He's laid on the floor. Surely this is going to go well. He didn't.
Played you like a fiddle, hasn't he?
27. $140. Steve, you require 134.
Going to go tops again, isn't he? Absolutely loves that target.
74.
And clever there for Steve to come lower on that. We see people, when they miss that tops, just almost throw the last dart away or still persist on the tops.
136.
Made the task a lot easier there with the last dart,
Steve,
giving
you
himself
require 60.
a 2-darter. And now for his favourite tops. He's missed it. I'm more
40.
surprised when he misses tops now rather than
Ben,
when he
you
hits
require
it.
32.
Yeah, right on the wire of both. What a time to get a breaker throw for Ben Robb. Gonna say, gonna have to pull right.
No score.
That is remarkable. How on earth has he got
Steve,
around
you
that?
require 20.
Not taken the slightest of deflections. Found the double.
Game shot on a 5th leg. Steve West.
Mistake from Westy this time. 19-dart hold, putting him in within 1.
6th leg. It's Ben to throw first. Game on.
Now it's aggregate score for the week. 11-11.
Can't split them. And then when you look in the other group and you see Connor Heenahan already through and Mike Warburton very nearly through, this could be a fantastic semi-finals tonight.
Warby just need the 1 leg, won't he?
60. $57. $140. $100.
Yeah, 1 leg for Warburton would mean he wins it on legs 1.
59. Steve, you require
No way.
164.
Kind of form he's in, and though the way he's played tonight. Him getting done full zip
60.
by anybody.
Ben, you require 146. 99. Steve, you require 104.
Expect Steve starting the 16s, a route that he can leave his favourite tops.
39. Ben, you require 47.
Oh, good he is on the treble 20, and he loves double 12 as well.
Game shot on the 6th
Pins it
leg.
this time.
Ben Rob.
Pretty much bang in the middle. Despite the max in the
7th
leg.
and final leg. It's Steve to throw
Steve
first.
West didn't get a
Game on.
the double to get it done.
Them darts got told what to do there, didn't they, from Ben Robb? He threw them with
46.
authority, and tell you what, he's a sizable chap. If he told me what to do, I'd do it.
Monday, and he says it's Thursday, it's Thursday. And you ask him what
58.
time.
I'd believe it that much. I wouldn't even watch Coronation Street.
$97. $93.
We saw what it meant to Steve West yesterday to take away that 100% possibility for Mike Warburton in Group B. So we know that he enjoys these little mini battles where, for us, we look and think, well, both players are in the semi-finals. But when you're in the situation as a player, you want to take every little bit you can.
Yeah, and you be aware that they could, of course, could well clash in the final, and he will want to get one over on him and just put that psychological dagger in the back of Ben Robb.
133.
Great darts, great thinking.
Steve, you require 126.
Both of them on a combination shot, requiring just the one treble. Normally good at this. He is again. Button for the match, a fitting end.
101.
Well, that's the target
Ben, you
that Ben
require
Robb's going to start this
132.
combination on. The bullseye, all the 25 will keep the shot alive for him. Another one of those. Steve West expects he's going to see this go in. He's seen it a million times before.
116.
It's not going to be
Steve,
a
you
million and
require
one.
25.
That first bullseye, if you put it in by hand, that's where you put it, the way his darts go in. Double six. Been a popular
shot
double
and the match,
this week,
Steve
and it's
West.
popular with Steve West, who gets the better of Ben Robb and levels up their aggregate score going into tonight's semi-finals. Averages 87.55, 40% on the doubles for West. 88.61, the superior average, of course, against the throw for Ben Robb. 88.61, that beautiful 1-5-6 out. Both players, of course, safely through to our semi-finals. Group 2, a little bit more complicated, as Ryan Finesse will take on Mike Warburton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve West is into the semi-finals. He's just got the better of Ben Robb in a last leg decider 4-3. Steve, many congratulations. Yet another semi-final for yourself. How would you assess your opening couple of performances?
First one was pretty good. I have to play Simon, and Simon was hard to beat because of his personality. But against Ben, I was a bit up and down. But when it mattered, I sort of done a bit.
Let's say, doing your bit when it matters, and you know what Saturday night's all about. Sometimes you don't always play spectacular at times, but you just got to do enough in the clutch moments.
Yeah, if you've got the fighter in you, that sometimes comes out. Sometimes it lets you down, but this time it's coming out. And most Saturday nights it's came out, so I'm happy with that.
When Simon was on that comeback charge, how much did experience come into play?
Simon or Ben?
Against Simon, first game.
Yeah. Experience tells a lot then, because you're trying to put your personal feelings aside at the same time as trying to remember them as well. So that was hard, but experience told a lot then.
Semi-finals, you're going to be obviously first on as the winner of Group 1, so is it just a case of now just going back in the back room, just doing everything all over again and then getting back on stage?
Yeah, I'll go down, sit down, listen to some music, listen to Mike Warburton rap, and then I'll be getting ready for that. That's good.
Well, I hope you're not listening to Mike Warburton rap, because he's about to go on stage, although for years we'll be get a microphone in his hand. He is taking on Ryan Finesse in our final group game in front of a crowd here in Portsmouth. If you want to be a part of the Saturday night occasion here on the South Coast, well, take a look at this.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Game 6 of our night at the MODUS Super Series sees that man, Ryan Finesse, in action. He went down 4-0 to Conor Heenahan in his opening game, and only a 4-0 win is going to do against Mike Warburton, who's been so steady and so assured over the last few days. In the commentary box for this one is Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah. Mike Warburton, one leg away from sealing the deal. Sometimes that can play havoc with the approach, Matt, but I don't think he's that type of character.
Well, it allows you to play a mini game within the game, and that's when it starts getting tricky.
We've seen it before when someone's had an
First
unbelievable
leg,
day, and
it's Ryan to throw first.
Jared Cole, he's here tonight. Happened to him a couple of months ago. He needed just one win to guarantee his spot, and well, at one point it didn't look like it was going to come.
99.
Remember Scott Walters, who
Yes.
won all his games on Group C and then didn't qualify. Ryan Finesse nearly followed the Scott Walters rule.
100.
It's a tall ask here to beat Mike Warburton
60.
4-0 anyway is a tough ask, but to do it in the form that he's playing with here this week, only been beaten once so far. He's played 9 fixtures. It was Steve West who got the better of him in the
60.
final game of Group B. Running average for Warburton over the 90.37, but the high is only 94.36, which shows you
43.
it's been consistently very, very good for Warburton.
Yeah, rock solid is how I would describe him. Something that we always look at when we
60.
eye up the chances of success, and it's that range. He doesn't have a big range. We've seen players this week with ranges of over 30.
115.
By range, we mean from their highest average to their lowest average.
For Finesse, though, the worry is
81.
hasn't got a leg on the board yet. He lost the opening game for him 4-0 to Conor Heenahan. And when you get that first leg, it is a settler. And he hasn't had that experience yet, but he's going to have time to have it in this leg.
108.
Well, he is now, because By hitting that treble 20, he's given himself 3 darts at double 2, and there's nothing Warby can do about it.
60. Ryan, you require 4. Game shot on the first
1
leg.
down.
Ryan Finesse.
3 to go. A sarcastic fist pump.
This is when you
Second
sort
leg,
of
it's
rue
Mike to
those
throw
missed
first.
opportunities as well, and you
Game
think
on.
about, well, he could have just got 1 leg. It would have made it a...
Yeah, a whole lot easier. Well, he did. He had 2 darts, didn't he? In leg 1, he had another dart at tops
140.
in leg 3, and another dart at tops in leg 5.
100.
Credit to Heenan, because he was under the pump after being done by Warby. Full 1.
100. $93.
Chasing it around the board and finding it on the treble 18. Got to do here against Warburton. Make sure you're hitting that treble a visit. Keep yourself there and alive if the mistake does come.
100.
Yeah, you got to keep yourself within striking distance, haven't you?
$92. Mike, you require 161.
Got 2 visits if needed. Back up to the treble 20 to leave 24.
137.
Exactly what he does. 24 after 12.
$56. Mike, you
Well, he
require
only needed a leg
24.
to put himself through to the semi-finals. Is that mini game within a
Right, you
game
require
presenting itself here? Is he
160.
aware that these are qualification darts?
Yeah, perfect analogy, Matt. That's exactly what's going on here, isn't it?
Well, if that is the case, he's not going to
100.
enjoy coming back for
Mike, you
6 at the
require
bottom of the
6.
board. It's no one's friend.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
there it
Mike
is.
Warburton.
Warburton, last dart in hand, 6 darts to get over the line, but he's got over the line, he's got the leg, and that just shows that the
Third
players
leg, it's
are
Ryan to throw
aware of the
first.
situation. Ryan
Game on.
Finesse is eliminated. Mike Warburton is through, but in what position will he go through? Remembering, if you win the
100.
group, you do have the advantage of throw in the semi-final, so plenty to play for here for Mike Warburton.
Well, what's the choice? A
43.
game against West or a game against Rob? Chance I could avoid both, please.
Well, if you've got to play one of them, you want to play one of them with the advantage of throwing first.
Spot on.
43.
That's why it's important for Warby to win the match.
$100.
Simon Adams enjoying the rest of his time here.
Yeah, that's with his son, who's travelled down.
45.
Warburton doesn't have to win the whole match here to
60.
top the group, due to the fact he beat Conor Heenahan by the score of 4-1 earlier. He's actually only just 1 leg away now from being the group winner, and that will give him a game
78.
against Ben Robb, a game of which he will have the advantage of throwing first.
$100.
Could come away and go to the middle of the board here.
59.
That was the attempted target there. 25 would have left to 170. Warburton here, an opportunity to make a bit of a march on the Ryan Finesse throw.
Over to the 18s. Yeah,
98.
leaves a 2-dart finish.
Would leave a 1-dart finish. The safety shot would be to come away from there. Look down at the 16s. We see with
141.
Simon Adams earlier busting the
Mike, you
100, though it's so
require
easy just to
100.
slip into that treble 20 when you don't want to.
Don't quite get to the end of your throw, it goes lower.
60. Ryan, you require 35.
Ryan having to burn a dart here after missing the single 16. Matters
Shot on
not.
the third leg, Ryan Finesse.
There's 2 from 2 on the doubles here, Ryan Finesse, which
Fourth
you'll
leg,
be
it's
wondering
Mike
where
to
that
throw
was in the
first.
opening game,
Game on.
because he could have really kept himself alive and in with the hope here.
45. $100.
Of course, Ryan, who will be fully aware that his race is run, can now play with a bit of freedom.
100.
Enjoy the experience and the
57.
preparation time here. He does plan on going to Q School, which is now literally just a month away.
Biggest time of the year for the non-tour card
140.
holders in terms of their life in the PDC.
100.
Ryan will go close
60.
in terms of getting a card. Say a month away, another month of prep time to fine-tune the game.
58. Mike, you require 156.
Well, 6 starts here for Mike Warburton. Finesse leaving no finish on the 186.
Again, where Q School is a little flawed.
60.
It's just as much about stamina as his ability, isn't it?
$100. Mike, you require 96.
Last start for Finesse, just to keep Mike Warburton on his toes, but he's going to get 2 darts at double 18.
He's giving him just a little tap on the shoulder.
78. Ryan, you require 86.
Another one of those will lead the ball. It was big, safe and bold for a dart at the bullseye.
61.
And he's hit the wire, just grazing
require
the paint
18.
off the bottom right corner. And Warburton comes back to the board for double 9. He's got 1 dart left, provided he can find the big number.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Mike Warburton.
He knows.
That was relief. That wasn't a celebration of joy. That was
Fifth leg, it's
relief.
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Making sure of that leg means he does avoid playing Steve West. Avoids playing
43.
Steve West without the throw. He now takes on Ben Robb, but with the advantage of throw. Could be key to victory.
100.
And if he was aware of the situation, this is now where Warburton gets to play with a bit of freedom, and we might see him return back to the levels we were seeing pre those couple of legs, but that one was just thrown with so much assurity. You just knew it was going in.
Yes. Thrown with so much freedom as well.
140.
Players are allowed to play with freedom. It just shows you the impact of pressure
100.
on a player's ability to free flow. Anyone suggesting any different? Obviously, never played sport at
140.
any high level, any level at all.
58.
Slip in
Mike,
this
you
leg for
require
Finesse, giving
121.
Warburton an opportunity to step in and have an attack on the throw. Won't get a dart at the bullseye.
42.
Finesse
Ryan,
is
you require
going
120.
to hope to stay straight, unlike that last dart of Warburton's, but that's
Yeah.
awkward.
I'm no body language expert, but yeah, no body language
70.
expert. I don't think Warby was too
Mike, you
thrilled with
require
that single
79.
five.
It's made this shot a lot harder than it should have been.
There you go, 39. He has 16 ball then.
$54.
Not a fan of that route.
Ryan, you require
I'd much rather have a
50.
dart of tops than a dart of the ball.
Or 2 at double 11. Go in the 57 route.
10.
He dodges the
Mike, you
bullet there.
require
And
25.
Warburton now 25 points away from getting the breaker throw at the moment, I always say, is the perfect time to break.
Game
When you
shot
can
on the
break the
fifth leg,
darts
Mike
and then
Warburton.
come straight back to throw to try and win the match.
See it so often, don't we, on leg 5?
6th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Bit of a flyer. He's been so good at that this week when he has a
140.
flyer dart, just finding that instant adjustment as if nothing's happened.
Yep, completely ignores it.
100.
Sign of a quality player when you're not reacting to individual
60.
darts. The only dart that matters is the dart that's in your hand or the one that's coming next.
83. $100. 128.
Lovely use of the treble 18. Ryan finesse. Warby still control. Certainly has now.
139. 49. Mike, you require 62.
Continue the winning trend. To end Ryan Vanessa's night.
Shot.
Mike
And the match.
Warburton
Mike
continues
Warburton.
winning. He's just all he knows this week so far. Just win, win, win. The only man that's been able to stop him so far is Steve West. And he would not need to play him until the final. Mike Warburton completes his night of action in the group stages. He'll be taking on Ben Robb in the semi-final, where he will be having the advantage of throw. And all that will be coming up after our breaks.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we're joined on stage by a very special guest. It's great to have Damon Hedzer here with us. Damon, great to see you here at the Super Series. First of all, what's your first impressions of the place?
It's magic, eh? It's yeah, you got the great setup here. It's like a Pro Tour 2.0 on the streaming boards. Yeah, and you got the stage sort of set up, and yeah, it's magic.
You're here to see your mate Ben Robb in action here this evening. Just talk about your relationship maybe from back home when you were in Australia and that.
Yeah, I've played him numerous times on the DPA tour and stuff, and even when I travelled to NZ and played a couple of tournaments there. So yeah, it's just the way the schedules happened and everything. I've finally been able to come down to one of these things. I've been meaning to come down a few times, but with a lot going on and time and the place and all that. So yeah, I'm just happy to come down and support really just any Antipodean that comes down here.
And I suppose for Ben, this must be great preparation for the World Champs, having that opportunity to play in a stage environment.
Yeah, 100%. For him, I probably should have came another 2 weeks earlier to get that prep in. Like myself, I came a good month early, and I played in every tournament available. So, yeah, I wish stuff like this was here when I first started. And, yeah, if I didn't have a tour card, I'd be doing the same thing, 100%. So, yeah, it definitely great prep, and, yeah, hopefully he goes a long way with it.
How great an opportunity do you think this is for the amateur side of the sport?
Oh, it's massive. Yeah, it's all these opportunities that are given now. It's, yeah, like I said, if I didn't have a tour card, I'd be doing things like this. You got the Challenge Tour, you got the ADC, the WD. Like, oh man, it's yeah, endless opportunities. So yeah, while it's here and while it's going big, grab every opportunity. That's all I can say.
Well, the World Championships are on the horizon. Matt, you've been in this position, haven't you, many times where you're preparing for that big event. What are these moments like, that week before the tournament, when you know it's the biggest one of the year?
That's where you've just got to try and not let your own thoughts and emotions take over. And sometimes the worst thing is to sit and watch it, because you'll sit there knowing that your day's coming up and you think, I'm playing in 3 days, 4 days. You sit there ticking them all off and you just sort of build up that anxiety in that future tense. So it's just living in the moment and living in the present and just trying to make sure that you do everything that you can and try not to let the whole environment and the experience of everything take over, because it's a unique experience.
And for yourself, Dame, it's been a great 2023 for yourself. Would you say maybe a breakthrough year in terms of the TV and the stage games?
Yeah, well, things on the big stages, I've made 3 quarterfinals, so I haven't done probably that in the previous years, and I've always had a good base with like 4 games and Euros and stuff like that. But this year, yeah, I've in ranking wise, it's my best year, but yet still not done the great heights that I expect from myself. And going in at the moment, I've still got 1 tournament to play, which is the Worlds, and going in there knowing that I've reached my goal from the start of the year, you could say, top 10, and yeah, I've still got up to go, you could say, and yeah, I'm looking forward, to be fair, really looking forward.
Isn't that great though, when you're in that position and you think, I've not played my best darts on TV yet, but you're still very high in the rankings, so you're not really defending much money in terms of the prize money off those big majors, so could still look even further ahead.
Yeah, well, stats-wise, probably not my best with TV, but yet I've got the wins, and I keep getting wins, and I keep doing them things, and with darts, it's about timing, and I have been doing a lot of great timing stuff, and that's the positive I've been taking out through the whole year is doing the right things at the right time, getting results. My name's always been there. Like I said, quarterfinals, semi-finals, whether it's Euros, TVs and stuff like that, because the Euros are like TVs. Yes. You've got to treat them like that. And if you can prepare in them sense, bring it to the big stages, yeah, you're going to feel at home. And the things that I've been doing this year, it's been a massive learning for me. And yeah, I really feel that I'm gonna feel at home on the main stage of the biggest game of them all.
The things you've been doing, the walk-ons, do you feel they help relax you onto the stage?
Yeah, that's it. Like I said, that's a massive learning curve for myself, and being more relaxed and being more myself. So yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm not going to be too out there like I have been, to be fair. I've enjoyed it. Yeah, 100% enjoyed it, especially in the Euros. But when it comes to, the majors, I like to do little things, but yet you're up there to do a job, and it's still serious game on stuff. And these are things I've learned, and I'm practicing as hard as anybody there.
I can vouch for this as well, how it sort of takes the pressure off as well in terms of what you're doing. The last thing you want to do is wake up in the morning and just think about darts. The moment switches the second you stop working, and the only thing that matters then is darts. And you wake up, you go, I've got to practice today. You wake up, you go, I've got a tournament in 4 days. And when darts is the only thing that's in your life, it consumes you, and you need something to break up and sort of remember who you are and your own sort of personality, and definitely I can vouch for the fact that that does support that.
So how much is it about finding that happy medium then when it comes to things like walk-ons and that stage presence in big matches?
Yeah, for me, I do a lot of routine work, and I do that with my practice, with the days of the week and the games and everything that goes involved. But yeah, when it comes to stage, I'm still bringing that routine in, but I'm too focused, I'm too edgy, I'm too rigid. So that walk-on breaks it up, and then when I get up there, I'm already relaxed and I'm not so intense, you could say. So really, then I start thinking, well, not thinking so much, but I bring in my natural game because that's all I know. But if I get up there so rigid and straightforward, I'm going to think about everything and every dart and every aspect of everything when I shouldn't be doing that. And yeah, that's what this year's been about, is me learning and more about stage presence. And yeah, I've been ticking a lot of boxes this year, and especially the end, well, my goal was top 10, and I did that already with one more tournament to spare. So yeah, everything's up for me. Happy days.
Even though it is the World Championship, it is the biggest event of the year, because you've reached your target for the year, can you almost, not feel, but relax a little bit more going into that event because you've achieved everything that you've wanted to this year?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I can see myself excelling again. Like, yeah, maybe I set the bar too low again, you know what I mean? But nah, look, top 10, that's massive. Not many people are going to get there, and not a lot of people are going to do the things that I've done already so far. So yeah, like I said, I've still got a lot to gain, a lot of experience as well, and yeah, I'm just really looking forward to still boosting myself into positions where I need to be.
And just finally, going back to tonight, what do you think is going to happen in the semi-finals?
Ooh, it's a stiff one. Steve's up for it, obviously. He gave Ben Robb a little bit of a touch up there with a 4-3. But, hoping my boy there can pull through and get the business done.
And just quickly, you two played on the Pro Tour? What was the record like on the Pro Circuit before you dropped off?
I don't think we actually have we? No.
No, there's a lot of players I haven't played. I can't remember if we did or not.
No, I don't think we did, but yeah. I think I know we do one.
Well, Damon, thank you so much for coming here this evening. Thank you very much for chatting to us on stage. Matt, I'll see you in a couple of minutes' time. Well, we'll be back at 10 o'clock for the semi-finals here at the MODUS Super Series. We're going to see Steve West try and become the first player to ever make it through to 4 Champions Weeks. But he has got stiff opposition up against him. Mike Warburton's in there. Conor Heenahan's in there on the back of a fantastic result, a 4-0 victory against Ryan Finesse. And Ben Robb, of course, looking to do it for the Kiwis. We'll see you at 10. very good evening and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. We've made it through to the semi-final stages of week 5 of Series 6 and we really do have an all-star cast in our semi-final lineup. 2 players though have gone bye-to-bye here in Portsmouth and this is the best of the action as described by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Refocus. Single 18. Dara tops, and he has been good on this.
Game shot on the first
Good
leg.
on it again.
Simon Adams.
Good recovery. Rather be going at 60 than 64. Although that's a super dart, double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
As
Ben
clinical
Robb.
as Adams was. Hit that notification bell and you'll get an alert when we go live and when we add new content. Please give us a thumbs up. It'll only take you a second. Brilliant.
What a time to get his 30th maximum of the week there to set himself up on the double. That's the question of Ben Robb. Can he hold his throw on this occasion and win the match? He cannot. So Simon Adams, out of nowhere, has played himself back, not just in the leg, but potentially in the match here, because this is for a breaker throw.
Yeah, finds the double. We're back on throw.
Game
Full
shot on
credit
the fifth
to him.
leg.
15
Simon
dart
Adams.
breaker throw.
Game shot on the sixth
Pins the
leg.
double.
Simon Adams.
Got off. Well, that may
Then
be
you require 48.
enough to make Ben Robb think. Double 16. This doubling's been good.
Game shot
And
and the match.
50%
Ben
on
Robb.
doubles, and that's exactly what that visit was in terms of striking of the double.
So, 2 very active players.
134.
10Q school, they'll be on challenge tours, WDF. They are both gunning for PDC tour cards. That is the big ambition for both.
140.
Until then, they're certainly getting plenty of timing on the board. With quite a lot of success.
162.
Beautiful finish, and mathematically 100% the correct route.
100. Connor, you
Conor
require
Heenahan doing a bit of
146.
meerkatting.
He did that last night as well, just became very, very aware of the situation. But another one of those for a chance to break the throw straight back here of Mike
Shot on the
Warburton.
third
And a
leg,
fantastic
Conor Heenahan.
finish there from Conor Heenahan.
Mike, you require 48.
Double
Game shot
for the
and
match.
the match.
And Mike Warburton kicks off his campaign here the exact same way that he kicked off his Group B campaign.
He's ended up with a viral infection on top of the car being smashed and his long-awaited operation being cancelled. But this will make it feel a bit better. Oh, wow,
on the
what a
first
finish from
leg,
Steve
Steve
West.
West.
Second highest finish of the week. We've had a 167. Top wire are in.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve West. Steve, you require 92.
Has to rely on Steve West not taking it out. And is he going to go ball? He is 17 and ball.
Game shot and the match.
Bullseye it is for Steve West. Clings onto the bottom wire. But Steve West, a 4-0 victor over Simon Adams.
And you
Going
require
to confirm
64.
his place in the semi-finals. That is low, that is nervy, that is edgy. Just held onto the dart far too long. Tops.
24.
Yeah,
Connor, you
again,
require 60.
one more missed start at that double tops. 4 in total. 3 different legs. Ooh, double 15. He may be getting another go here.
Game shot
Or
and the
not.
match. Conor Heenahan.
As Conor Heenahan produces the best leg of the contest. 15 dart.
And you require
Gave it to Colin
156.
Osborne.
Game shot on a
What
second
a
leg.
finish there,
Ben
where we're
Robb.
saying these sort of games just need a bit of a spark at times. Well, like that one.
Ben, you require 47.
How good he is on the treble 20, and he loves double 12 as well.
Game shot on a sixth
Pins it
leg.
this time.
Ben Robb.
Pretty much bang in the middle.
Well, that's the target
Ben, you
that Ben
require
Robb's going to start this
132.
combination on. The bullseye order 25 will keep the shot alive for him. Another one of those. Steve West expects he's going to see this go in. He's seen it a million times before.
116.
It's not going to be a
Steve, you
million and
require
one.
25.
That first bullseye, if you put it in by hand, that's where you put it, the way his darts go in. Double six. Been a popular
shot
double
and the match,
this week,
Steve
and it's
West.
popular with Steve West.
Game shot on a second
And
leg.
there it is.
Mike Warburton.
Warburton, last dart in hand, 6 darts to get over the line, but he's got over the line, he's got the leg, and that just shows
Mike, you require 62.
continue the winning trend. To end Ryan Vanessa's night.
Shot
Mike
and the match,
Warburton
Mike
continues
Warburton.
winning. He's just all he knows this week so far, just win, win.
Well, you heard their voices. Now to see the faces of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Our apologies.
Yep, our apologies. Well, to be fair, no, you look all right, Matt. You look like you got a face of radio tonight in that little zip up. But we've had an exciting night in action here at the Super Series. And, well, let's begin by talking about Group 1 and talk about Steve West and Ben Robb. For Steve, looks like business-like for him tonight.
Yeah, he'd be fairly happy with that. It was just, for him, it was just making sure getting through. Bonus is winning the group. He gets the throw in the first semi-final, which could be key to victory against Connor.
As far as Ben Robb was concerned, he did the damage in game 1. Did that feel like the case in his game against Steve?
No, absolutely not. He was playing that game with fire, grit and aggression. These two have been going at it in Group A all the way through, and the aggregate scoreline very, very close. And these are two players that just want to win everything. And absolutely, Ben Robb was really up for that fight. He'll be disappointed not to get the win.
Yeah, and of course, there's that possibility they meet again in the final. And once you've got one over on your opponent, you will take that into that final if that's the way it plays out.
Let's talk about Group 2 and talk in particular about Conor Heenahan. Lost his first game 4-1, but then qualified courtesy of a 4-0 win against Ryan Finesse.
Yeah, bounced back really well. That shows that his game's in a good place. It shows he's full of confidence. He's pretty fearless up there. And again, after what happened in match 1, going down 4-1, he'll be over the moon to qualify. And we'll almost have a bit of a free-rolling attitude as if, well, I might not have been here. But credit to him, he's deserved his spot in the end. For me, the best 4 players of the night have all made it into the semi-finals.
What would be your assessment of Mike Warburton's night so far?
He lost his way a little bit in that last game, but how much of that was the fact he was playing mini games within the game? He knew he needed 1 leg to qualify, and we could tell by the reaction he knew that 2 legs would win him the group as well. Mike Warburton, it starts now. And it starts now for all the players. Essentially, what's happened in the past means nothing at this stage, because this is no longer about averages or consistency. This is now about bottle.
Well, let's have a look at the results then from this evening's action so far. So that's Group 1 and Group 2. And so confirmation then of our 2 semi-finals. It sees Steve West up against Conor Heenahan and Mike Warburton up against Ben Robb. 4 different nationalities as well represented in the semi-finals. Let's begin by talking about semi-final 1. Steve West up against Conor Heenahan. These two have played each other twice so far this week, so they've become well accustomed to each other. And both players have got pedigree on a Saturday night, particularly Steve.
Yeah, for Conor Heenahan, it's all about trying to get over the line tonight and just ticking a box off. But it's going to be tough for him, and he'll be aware of that. Steve West is, without doubt, the best player in this field. But that means nothing, as Matt says. We're now in shootout territory. If you lose, you go home with absolutely nothing. They want to win that $5 grand. They want to be in Champions Week, and particularly for Steve West, he wants to make history, because if he wins tonight, he will be the only player to have won 4 weekly titles.
Could you perhaps make an argument, Matt, that Conor's best performance this week came in that knockout match effectively against Ryan?
When he needed it and when he needed a big result, that was more than just winning a game of darts. He had to do it by a score. And I like it when he plays with that fire. I mentioned it in Group B as well. When he plays with that fire and that sort of grit and determination, he tends to just play a little bit better. Now, that's not something you can force. You can't say to him, look, go up there and play like that. It needs to come through naturally. This is an environment that will do that for him.
I think key for Heenan is getting out of the blocks quick. I think if Steve West goes 2-0 up, 2-1 up, I think he could run away with it. And I think Connor may tighten under that much pressure. In the second semi-final, I don't think it's as imperative as we've seen from Ben Robb on many occasions when he's looking like he's lost his way. He's reacted and he's bounced back well.
As far as these two are concerned, the first semi-final, Steve and Connor, do you think the style, the way both players play, will suit each other?
I just think we're going to get a quality game there, and like May says, I think a lot of it comes down to those opening exchanges. Conor Heenan needs to make sure he defends his throw. He has been known in games this week to start a little bit slow. If he does that against Steve West will be like a shark, and he will jump all over that opportunity.
Well, let's just finalise and confirm how we got to the semi-final stage by having a look at the two tables. Steve West and Mike Warburton won their groups. They'll have the advantage of throwing their semi-finals. Ben Robb and Conor Heenan come in second, respectively. And so we set up a tantalising set of semi-finals here at the Super Series. Very quickly, your thoughts on these semi-finals?
I think Steve West may just have a bit too much for Conor Heenan. I think the Ben Robb Warburton game's a coin flip for me. They're playing at a very similar level.
Matt?
At the start of the night, I said I feel Steve West will play Mike Warburton in the final, and I'm going to stick with that. So far, it's gone exactly how I expected it to, so I'm going to stick with what I sort of had a foresight on before the play started.
Right, let's have a look and see what happens in our semi-finals. We'll kickstart with Steve West and Conor Heenan. Steve West hit his second 9-darter here at the Super Series this week against another man who's also hit 2 9-darters. And a warning, what you're about to see contains flashing images.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Here we go. Our first semi-final sees Steve West and Conor Heenan go toe-to-toe. West looking to become the first player to make it 4 Champions League appearances. Conor Heenan looking to get there for the first time. But who's going to make it through to the final? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. And this is potentially, as is the second semi-final, an absolute Brahma.
I think at the start of the night, these are the 4 players we'd have expected to have seen in the semi-finals, and it's all played out to form and type at the moment. But this is where things just get a little bit more edgy. If we're looking at experience, we have to look at Steve West, a man who's played in 10 World Championships so far on the BDO and on the PDC Tour. And maybe it's that experience that's the difference between the two that has allowed West to be a weekly winner here multiple times, where Conor Heenan seems to get this far and then struggle. The 6th time Conor Heenan has been in finals night.
Yeah, experience is massive. If it was a longer race for me, the fact that it's a real short distance, I think it's one of those that I think if you start well, you can just build momentum.
I think you covered it well at the start when we was having a chat with Henry Deacon up on the stage, that it's the Conor Heenan throw. That is going to be the important factor here. He cannot afford Steve West to jump in and seize that opportunity.
Yeah, and we know, and this is in a positive sense, in a sporting sense, Steve West is a very good bully, and sort of when he's got you in his grasp, he just squeezes that little bit harder, and then it becomes more and more difficult for you to play your own natural game.
Not many times can you say that and it'd be a positive, but it really is in terms of Steve West. He's almost got that Taylor mentality, and it's not just about beating you, it's how he does it. I mean, we've seen earlier on in this week him going for double 12 to leave tops and tops to leave a finish and going at bullseye when he doesn't need to. It's not just beating someone, it's beating them.
And that's all psychological damage, isn't it? He's trying to almost, you know, like a peacock or a bantam. He's puffing his chest out and strutting his stuff.
Game isn't always won by just throwing better darts than your opponent. There are other ways to win matches.
Yep, there's many other factors.
Game on.
Absolutely bang on the money.
Didn't Phil Taylor used to eat Brussels sprouts? That's a conversation for another day. But
sure, you've done a video on that somewhere, but you can hunt that one out after we've finished the action tonight, and the action should be concluded around about 20 past 11. So you've got a good hour and a bit
100.
of top tungsten tussles.
$99.
Oh, the early exchanges really can
57.
be pivotal in who settles quicker.
108.
There's your answer.
We knew Steve West would hit the ground running. The question marks was over Conor Heenahan. West wasted no time adding to that ever-growing column of 180s. Doesn't need to go 20 and bull here. Can just set it up with Conor Heenahan a long way back, courtesy of that maximum visit for Steve West, and ends up leaving his favourite double after just 12 darts in the opener of this semi-final.
94. Steve, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Steve West.
Clinical. Max in the leg and a 13-dart hold.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
So this is the leg that we spoke about at the start of the show, the leg that we feel is
95.
vital for Conor Heenahan, especially as Steve West has thrown first, because if he does get the break, he'll be throwing for 3-0.
140.
Count on one hand how many times Steve West has relinquished a 3-0 lead here at the Super Series.
135.
He's played a lot of matches.
59.
Don't like the 19 shot there. Or 17 was the better option. That's beautiful.
171.
The 9 count on the 19s to leave a 2-dart finish and a possible 11-dart leg. Well, our fears
40.
being made to look a
Conor, you require
little
100.
stupid at the moment. Level 16, I would have thought. Just misses it, but we'll be back at 72.
Completely outscored Steve West in this one, leaving him a long way back. A replica of the opening leg where Steve West did that to Conor Heenahan, and
56.
this is why in those group
Conor,
stages we was talking about the
72.
importance of winning the group, because if you're dominant on your own throw, you don't need to break the other guy.
32.
Oh, he's just gone a little bit twitchy there. Might stay there.
174.
Oh, we've had a
Conor, you
171
require
and a
40.
174 now in the leg.
Game shot on the
But
second
it
leg.
was
Conor
too
Heenahan.
late as Heenahan pins tops in one. Level game.
Westy throwing
Third
his
leg,
arms out
it's
to the
Steve to throw
side there at the
first.
end of that maximum
Game
visit, the
on.
174, as if to say, where have you been this whole time?
140.
Again, just to remind you, there is no shootouts as such, no winning by 2. It's just straight to 4. So all West has to do is hold his throw 3 times, which sounds so easy.
Yeah, no matter how many times I say that in commentary, I always shake my head in disbelief. Just 3 holds.
96.
$315. Probably do it in the pub practicing. Different scenario when there's so much money
29.
at stake.
£5,000 your weekly winner, but it's that golden ticket as well that pass through to Champions Week where
57.
£20,000 is on the line, a sizable amount of money.
Especially for Steve right now, who's, of course, going to be unable to return to work once the
140.
hip operation is completed. He'll be getting his Christmas dinner in bed.
58.
Just turkey on Christmas Day, or do you have a variety of meat?
Oh, you've got to have a variety, haven't you?
Require 150.
You've got to make an absolute mess of yourself at Christmas. Chocolate for breakfast.
90.
Coke in glass bottles.
Nice touch. We're going for a turkey crown, rib of beef, the traditional ham, of course.
94. Steve, you require 60.
Tops or West?
Ends.
Game shot on the third leg.
He only
Steve
needs 2 further holds of throw. Been clinical on the out so
Fourth
far.
leg, it's Connor to throw
As
first.
has Heenahan. Heenahan's 1 from 1. West is 2 from 3, but there's a
60.
big void in the averages. West averaging 96 to Connor's 81. That can't stay that huge difference.
100.
It does. There's only one winner.
$60.
First possible sign of tension there for Conor Heenahan. That second dart closer to the 16s than the 19s. It looks like Steve West is spotting what we are when he's been described tonight by myself as a bit of a shark.
Yeah, it's a bit like a shoal of piranhas who can
100.
smell blood.
$180.
You called it. Another max to go with the one from leg 1 and the 174 from leg 2. He's just so good at turning the
96.
screw, isn't he?
Steve, you require
And he's turning
81.
it very tight and very quick here is Steve West. He can sense the opportunity. Doesn't need to go for the 12 and ball. Probably trying to work out if he could leave tops.
41.
Exactly what he's done. Good call.
Heenahan can just hit and hope, but whenever Steve West's coming at tops with 3 darts in hand, you do
120.
not hold too much of it.
Steve, you require 40.
For a break of throw, put himself a leg away from the final.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve West.
13 dart break of throw, and how often do you mention it that if you can get that break that puts
Fifth
you on
leg, it's
3,
Steve to throw
you
first.
then of course
Game on.
have the darts to get it done.
And the time and space just to command the hockey. Nothing there Conor Heenahan can do but just stand for a good 40 seconds
81.
and just contemplate what's going wrong.
And sometimes you can be guilty of over-analysing. Not so here.
140.
He's digging deep, Conor Heenahan. He's been in this position 5 times before, and yet to lift that Super Series trophy.
58.
But what a strike rate that is for Heenan. 6 times to the Super Series, always making the final, especially when you look at the quality that was in that Group B this week.
Yeah, that was
93.
up there with a Champions Week Group B, wasn't it? Heenan is far from done here as the trebles dry up. Just 1 in 3 scoring visits for West. No such trouble for Heenan. He's playing with freedom now.
Playing with heart and determination, something he needed earlier on in the night after going down 4-1 to Mike Warburton. The only way he could have qualified by right was a 4-0 victory over Finesse, and he dug deep and dug that result out, and he's digging deep again here.
40.
Had a good time in that area of the board in the last couple of visits down around that treble 16 area.
Connor, you require 48.
Still should be okay for the break back.
Game shot on
And
the
his
5th leg.
15
Connor
dart
Heenan.
break back. Disappointing leg. Steve West. He will have another opportunity, of course, if it goes to a
6th leg.
7th and deciding leg.
Game on.
We'll have the darts there.
134.
Well, he got boxed into the corner and he's windmilling his way out of it. He's throwing everything at Steve West, but you see him shake his head in the background as if to say, I just can't keep this man down.
Oh, you literally could have got those 3 darts well inside a drawing pin. Out of a drawing pin, they were so tightly grouped.
140.
The leg, this is, what a response after a real disappointing out of sorts leg in leg 5.
93. Check 83.
Darts are the highest quality here tonight at the Super Series. We have another semi-final to come, Mike Warburton, Ben Robb, which will be to the same sort of level, so make sure you don't go anywhere tonight, because this is going to be some finale to week 5. But this one, we may be approaching the finale of. Connor Heenan's going to do everything he can here to put the pressure on West.
Steve, you require 47.
Love to have hit a max just for that reaction. It's 7 and tops for Steve West, and he, when he was asked the question, produced an 11 dart leg to get over the line full 2, an average in excess of 100, our first 100 plus average of the night. And again, look at the finishing stats. 4 out of 5, 80%, 318 is 6/140s. He is in yet another final. Well, after the break, we're going to find out who he's going to face in that final as Mike Warburton takes on Ben Robb.
Time for semi-final 2 here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. Ben Robb up against Mike Warburton on the back of a superb display from Steve West to book his spot into the final. A ton plus average and getting the better of Conor Heenahan, but it's Warburton and Robb who are looking to join him in the big money match. In the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, another match that both myself and Matt are really looking forward to. That was a fabulous performance from Steve West. The finishing tonight from the players has been superb. Starting from game 1, Ben Robb, 4 from 8. Warby, 4 from 8 in the very next match. Then Steve, 4 from 5, 80% not for the first time. Then Connor, 4 from 6. Then Steve with a 40%, 4 from 10. And then Warby, 4 from 13. That's the only real blot on the copybook, because Steve in that last one, again, 80%, 4 from 5. And when you've got that scoring power and that's combined with the finishing power,
Thank you,
that's
ladies and
why
gentlemen.
myself
First leg,
Matthew
it's
Edgar
Mike to throw
had
first.
Steve West down
Game
as the
on.
favourite tonight, even though he wasn't favourite with the odds compilers, which was a big surprise to us.
20 darts Steve West thrown at doubles tonight and hit 12.
Staggering.
60%?
Yep.
On finals night, where it's supposed to be a little bit more nervy and a little bit more twitchy. Not for Steve
64.
West. He has been here before and had success. Ben Robb, been to this stage before a year ago in preparation for Ali Pali. Popped in here.
60.
Didn't win the week, but made it through to finals night. Place where Mike Warburton has been on 5 different occasions from his 6 visits here to the Super Series. But I've never seen Mike Warburton play with so much
140.
assurance as he is playing with at the moment here this week.
Yeah, he's got something about him. He looks confident. He's looked focused
140.
from dart 1 on Thursday. Been all business. Say the only game that
46.
he has been beaten in so far was that match against Steve West in the final game of Group B.
It could end up being...
Which was around 1 in the
60.
morning, so he gets a pass from me.
Well, it could end up being our final game of the week. Warby wins this, it will set up a match with Steve West, but I tell you, Ben Robb's going to have plenty of things to say about
140.
that.
Mike,
A
you
man
require
who's got a win percentage of
141.
89%. Knows nothing but winning.
Well, the aggregate score between Ben Robb and Steve West, if it is those who meet in the final, is 12-12.
94.
Could not be
Ben, you
any
require
closer.
111.
He's got a dart of tops to break Mike Warburton in the opening leg.
91. Mike, you require
See the
47.
frustration, he just comes touch low on that target. Gives Warburton a chance, he'd only just squeeze that in the single 15.
Game shot on the
And of
first
course,
leg, Mike
straight
Warburton.
into the double.
17 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game
Steve
on.
West with the darts. He held in leg 1, but hit a max and went out in 13. Interesting to
96.
compare the levels as this match progresses.
$100. $98.
Ben Robb, a 6-time winner on the New Zealand tour, earning a place at the Alexandra Palace.
140.
We'll be heading to at the conclusion of this, not before taking a detour for a week's worth of practice with Damon Hetta.
A more perfect preparation,
140.
they say about the peas.
$41.
If you're not darted out after a week of MODUS and WDF, the finals will be tomorrow at the WDF. The girls, the boys, and then Women's final, Beau Greaves against Eileen de Graaf, and then Chris Lamond will be facing Andy Bartons. Familiar faces here, of course. Super
60.
Series.
Then you require 44. $20.
It's only a
Mike, you
missed
require
opportunity if your
160.
opponent comes and punishes, and Warburton has an outside chance here of doing so.
More than capable. There's one of them. There's the other.
Game shot on
Take
the
a
second
bow.
leg. Mike Warburton.
Mike Warburton. Stunning finish. And teed up perfectly.
Third
Matt
leg.
Edgar.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Ouch. If you're Ben Robb and you've just missed those darts, and it'll hit you so much harder. That was a big haymaker blow there by Mike Warburton. It was a breaker throw, and he is in the
140.
driving seat and in full control of this match now.
We say the key early exchanges will have a massive
78.
impact. Certainly, in my opinion, how this match will play out. Early damage done by Steve West in his contest
60.
with Conor Heenahan. He was just able to fend him off.
93.
Like in a fight where you're 7 rounds up with 3 to go, you just keep them on the end of the jab.
$60. $123. $41.
Yeah.
Opportunity here for Ben Robb if he can find a treble, just to keep himself
99.
really interested in this tie.
Well, he's stolen the darts. Maybe the adrenaline is still coursing through the veins of Warby after that fabulous 160. That can happen, of course, if you don't.
26.
You'll be able to control
Then you
that
require
emotion, haven't you?
108.
Absolutely. You get carried away with the situations. We see it a lot of times when a player hits a 9-darter and goes on to lose the match.
Exactly what I was about to say. And you're going to hit it at 9. You hope it's to win the
76.
match.
That's what Steve West did earlier on in the week when he landed his second 9-darter here at the Super Series.
Yeah, a record equaling second 9-darter.
134. Then you require 32.
Well, there's some pressure from Warburton.
What I say, pressure is for tyres.
We have to shuffle across the hockey here and can't get the angle right. Didn't even penetrate the
No
board.
score.
And that was a mighty fine effort
Mike,
with the
you
last
require
dart. But
40.
Did that earlier, didn't he? One of his matches.
Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
damaging.
Mike Warburton.
dips his bread. 19-dart hold. 3 missed darts at a double for Rob, and that's been his downfall in this
Fourth
semi-final
leg.
so
It's Ben
far.
to throw first. Game on.
He's scoring well enough against Warby. They've
96.
similar numbers, similar averages. Well, in fact, Ben Robb has the higher average, 89.59 to Warby's 88.41, but Warby, 3 out of 3, perfect so far.
60.
and that includes, of course, that 160 finish to break the throat in leg number 2.
94.
And is that going to be the key finish as to why he's going to go on to win this match?
47. $180.
Well, Ben Robb won't lie down. He's going to fight this till the very, very end.
180. 90.
But he's going
Ben,
to
you
need to
require
have a leg like this
131.
against the Warburton throw. This could be a statement finish for Ben Robb.
Game shot
He's
on
been
the fourth
struggling to
leg.
hit one
Ben
double. He
Robb.
goes out on 2.
What a beautiful finish in a 12-dart hold. Stunning.
Fifth leg.
That's
It's
the
Mike to
quality
throw first. Game on.
that are in the hands of the Kiwi, Ben Robb.
We are being spoilt. You can tell it's Christmas season
60.
with darts like this. We're giving you the gift of greatness here.
$100.
This is where Ben Robb will hope to see a treble-less visit, and that will get his interests.
60.
Now, all of a sudden, we could be staring down our first re-break.
134.
This ain't over yet. This has got plenty more darts to be thrown to decide this fixture. Warburton, the first time this
100.
week, just coming up a little bit dry.
$59.
Needs 2 trebles here. He's not going to leave a finish, giving Ben Robb the
60.
opportunity to convert 208 in 2 visits.
134.
Lovely switch.
$108.
Timing again, and that's been the story of Mike
Ben, you
Warburton's
require
week, doing the
74.
right things at the right moments. Is that enough to stop Ben Robb pulling this
shot on the
back? A
fifth leg.
wonderful
Ben
dart
Robb.
there to squeeze that one past the blocker. This game continues. A breaker throw there for Ben Robb. Warby did everything he
Sixth
could with
leg.
the max.
It's Ben to throw first.
Great composure under the
Game on.
severest of pressure after the 180 to leave 41 for the match. He finds tops with last dart in hand. He's
95.
showing some serious bottle here. Averaging 97.08 Ben Robb. Warby
100.
bang on 90.
This goes back to a point I've been making all week with Ben Robb.
21.
When you have a win percentage like 89%, you don't know what losing feels like. So even at 3-0 down, you feel like you're going to pull it back.
Yeah, it's just not in your psychology, is it?
60.
You think it's okay. I've been here before and won.
$95. $100. $22.
The big one.
$45.
That's why he didn't get one. He is right under it.
$89.
Well, this is where Warby will be hoping to put his 5th 140 on the board.
Just about to say, Mystic Matt.
Still leaves a 2-darter, but he's going to need to find a treble or a 2-double combination.
96. Mike, you require 96.
Treble 20. Treble 20 for double 8. He's going to double 18. Hits it. Wants tops.
76.
Match dart has come and
Then
gone.
you require 83.
51-32 for Rob.
Fine effort for Warburton, but it's offered the opportunity for Ben Robb to take us all the way. 16s. Double 9.
65.
One
Mike, you
match dart to
require
win
20.
it. One dart to save it. 3 in hand for Warby. Double 5.
15. Ben, you require 18.
For the first time of this campaign, for this week, a Warburton wobble. One more dart to take us all the way, and he's turning this one around. He was 3-0 down. Mike Warburton running away with it. It turned on the 1-3-1 finish, the tops for Ben Robb. And now we go all the way to its deciding leg shootout, where we've been saying all night the advantage of throw in these matches could be critical.
One of the worst legs in terms of darts used, or is the worst leg in terms of darts used tonight. Yet could well be the most important double 9 of the week.
180.
Psychological effect of getting it back. Finding a way.
100.
Has the darts now to follow it.
Does
140.
5 trebles from his opening 6 darts here, Ben Robb.
This is a match that 10 scores of 140 or more, finishes of 131, 160.
100.
All 180s. Warburton now hanging on by his fingernails.
80.
How important will that 3 turn out to be? It's moved Ben Robb to a 3-dart combination rather than a 2.
Well, even in the just the single
100.
19, of course, would have meant
Ben, you require
the ball would have been an
101.
option.
Warburton, I feel, should have used the bull on that last dart to get himself that 2-dart possibility. But it's a match dart.
Game shot.
What a turnaround from Ben Robb. He was 3-0 down. Mike Warburton was running away with the game. A 160 finish along the way. A fine performance this week from Mike Warburton. But Ben Robb, what a turnaround. It all hinged and pivoted from that 1-3-1 finish with the tops. He gets over the line with a 12-dart break of throw. Ben Robb is in the final, where he's going to be taking on Steve West.
Wow, what drama we've just seen in that second semi-final. Ben Robb getting the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 3. Warburton, who's 3-0 in front in that second semi-final, for Robb reeled off 4 legs in succession. Chris Mason has leapfrogged his way from the commentary box over here, and goodness me, we speak about his resilience and his bottle, Ben Robb. That came up in abundances there.
Yeah, and Matt Egger picked up something. His win ratio for this season is absolutely phenomenal, and he doesn't mentally know how to lose. It's just not in his thought process right now. And listen, he dug so deep there. My fear is how much has he got left. But the good thing, it's only going to be a short break before he gets up there. So that adrenaline will still be high, he'll still be hyped, and he'll be looking forward to a final against Steve West. And they've had some great battles this week. There's
been some absolute ding-dongs. You speak about the mental petrol as far as Ben Robb is concerned. Do you actually think it's better playing the second semi-final? The fact you're coming straight on, you still got the drain, whereas the first one, sometimes you can have a little bit of time. Where do you think the balance lies for you?
Yeah, I think it can work both ways. I think in this instance, if he had a long wait after that game, you know, he'd have to deal with the dip in adrenaline, and then he'd be trying to get it back up there for the final. As it is now, he's hyped, he feels great, he's on cloud 9, he'll be buzzing. He can't wait. The thing is for Steve West now, though he's had a bit of a rest, he's actually just watched what's happened, and then he's got to come back now, and he's got to lift his adrenaline levels to match that of Ben Robb. It's fascinating. It's 12-12 in legs over the course of the week in the matches they've played. It's just a bit of a coin flip final, isn't it? It's again, I think it's going to be, the start's going to be key for both. And how much does Ben Robb have left? Because it was a much more straightforward affair for Steve West against Conor Heenan.
Yeah, we'll talk about the final a little bit more in just a second. Let's dissect that second semi-final. Have a look at that winning moment as far as Ben Robb is concerned. Winning it with this 101. Both players left on that same finish. And what are these situations like for the mere mortal amongst them? You know someone's behind with a shot for the match. What's that pressure? What's that last dart like?
Well, you're on autopilot. The big dart was the leg before, when he hit the double 9 with his final dart after Warby had already had a match dart. In those scenarios, you literally are on autopilot. You know where the targets are. You've got that feel by now. He's played a lot of darts this week. You're almost just shot off to it. And if you don't, he wouldn't have hit it.
Well, the performance of the night belongs to Steve West in the first semi-final against Conor Heenan. And when the games get bigger, so do the performances with Steve West.
Yeah, and again, another massive finish in there. He's just, listen, he's got every element of the game you need. He's got loads of bottle. It's tons of 180s and can take out a big finish. And he's got that finesse and flair to his game, which is really exciting to watch, which is what makes him such a popular player here at the Super Series.
Yeah, we can show you the moment that he got over the line against Heenan in the end. Conor, he thought he was resilient, but sometimes you just got to shake the opponent's hand, don't you?
Yeah, there was a big gap in the averages, nearly 10 points, and I said after 3 legs to Matt Egger in commentary, if that gap and that void stays the same, there's only going to be one winner. He's always going to find himself a throw behind. Another great week for him, another semi-final. There's only a matter of time where he can, you know, either avoid the likes of Steve West and the other key players. I think once he gets one title, I think the floodgates are opening. He'll win a few, because you can almost see it in his eyes. Here we go again. I've been here before, and that's a horrible mentality. But great week. It's been thoroughly entertaining.
Most certainly has. This is what's happened then tonight. Just confirmation of those 2 semi-final results. Steve West beating Conor Heenan 4-2 and Ben Robb beating Mike Warburton 4-3. And so we have our final, Steve West and Ben Robb. And it's probably the right fight. It's 2 best players this week going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, a lot alongside Warburton. Steve West, for me, at the top of the show, I was very surprised that they made Ben Robb the favourite. But as always, when the bookies get it wrong, they get it right. I didn't see him as favourite. I seen him as maybe joint second or third favourite. Not proven me wrong. I rate him highly. We all know that. Yeah, it's a real hard one to call. It's been a long week, especially for Steve West. He's played a lot more darts, having to come through a very tough Group B, where he had to battle hard on day 2 of Group B after only winning 1 game. Went through the card on day 2 of Group B. He's gone through the card tonight. The only real examination he's had was against Ben Robb. And like I said, they are so evenly matched. Every metric we look at, excluding 180s, Steve West is far superior in that department. But running averages, checkout percentages, so similar. The matches they've contested this week, it's 12-12 in legs. It's 2-2 in matches won against each other. it just looks to be a fabulous final.
We spoke on this stage around about 10 o'clock about the game they played in the group. It was a dead rubber in terms of they were both through, but it was a table-topping match. And you said this could come back and be crucial at the end of the night. How important could it be?
Yeah, psychologically, only a matter of an hour or so ago, he's got one over him already. He did have the advantage of throw in his first semi-final, which is the reward for defeating Ben Robb. This is the only time in the week where they do bull up to work out who throws first in the final. And again, that may be the key. It was 4-3 with Steve having the darts in their match tonight. If Ben Robb wins the ball and he gets the honour, that may be the difference.
So let's talk about both players in a little bit more detail and begin with Steve. Look, he's chasing history. 4-time weekly champion if he wins this week. And when you come to the end of a long week, you see the finishing line in sight. When you've got memories and you know what it's like to get over the line, how important could that be? And how important could that little slice of history be for someone like Steve?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily the history, but he'll want to win it for him, and he'll want to win it for the money, and he'll want to win it for the opportunity to come back and win a Champions Week, which is on his mind. And that's, if he wins tonight, listen, he's going to go in for a serious operation. It's going to, it's going to put him off his feet for a significant amount of time. And if he does win tonight, the first competitive darts he will play will be Champions Week in February. So he's got many incentives to win tonight. And of course, he's not going to be able to work either. So the money will come in dead handy.
As far as Ben Robb is concerned, he was edged out last time by Raymond Smith, who was head and shoulders above.
No shame.
And there's absolutely no shame in that, the Series 2 champion. But this time he's come with his own reputation, obviously with what happened here last year, and he's been the moniker of consistency, hasn't he, all week? Yeah,
he's been rock solid, absolutely solid. You can often say one pace is slightly derogatory, not in this instance, because the pace is hot. He has absolutely every chance of winning tonight, and it would be a lovely fillet for him going into the World Championships. He's already got a week's practice planned. He's staying with Damon Heta. It's just the perfect storm for him tonight. If he can win this tonight, a week with Damon Heta, go through all of his drills and get absolutely prime for the World Championships.
And he has won the bullseye in the practice room. As you said, that could be also important.
That may well be key.
Well, it's time for our final. It is Steve West against Ben Robb. For Steve, he could be a history maker, the first player to make it a four-peat here at the Super Series. As for Ben Robb, his second appearance here, looking forward to the World Championships. Well, he may go into it as a MODUS Super Series weekly winner. A reminder, what we're going to show you has flashing images. Here we go then. Steve West could be stood on the brink of history. No one's ever picked that trophy up 4 times. Awaiting him is Ben Robb, who's looking to win it for a first time in his second appearance. They're looking forward to a World Championship spell next week. He'll be hoping to go into it with the ultimate confidence boost. Watching this one down in the commentary box. Chris Mason alongside Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, the at MSS Darts Twitter stroke X site apparently had a vote tonight on who was going to win this final. I'm not surprised that they picked Steve West, but by the margin, 70% of our followers and viewers voted in favour of Steve West. Don't forget, make sure you subscribe to all of our socials at MSS Darts. It's the place to go. And if you want to join us for a fabulous night's entertainment, you can. Every Saturday that there's action here at the Super Series at, well, www.dartshop.tv. That's where you want to go. Just £2 booking fee. And you get 3 drinks for a tenner. What a cheap, your
Thank
kind
you,
of night
ladies and
out.
gentlemen. First leg, it's Ben to throw
£12,
first.
3 pints,
Game on.
and some live sport.
Don't know what I'll do with the other 2 pints, but I think maybe the Twitter poll, or the X poll, should we say, maybe just thinking back to match number 5 tonight, where Steve West did beat Ben Robb 4 legs to 3 in the group phase. And at that point, we said these two could actually come back to play each other again in the final. And here we are.
180.
Ben Robb, who did win the ball to get the advantage, but
140.
almost instantly cancelled out by yet another Steve West 180. Great to see Warby's come out to support the players in the final. Stop it.
180.
Well, is it 2 9-darters in this venue before? We've never had 2 9-darters hit in the same week.
And this is the 4th time he's hit the back-to-backs.
44.
He's given us 7
Steve, you require
a few times this week.
141.
Can he, for the 2nd time, give us the 9? Just keeps getting us excited, keeps teasing. But the most important thing for Steve West here is the breaker throw possibility. He will come back for 11, expecting to have 2 break darts.
And it's just the, again, it's the
41.
psychological
Steve, you
impact
require
it
11.
has on his opponent.
Game
Just
shot on the
about to say,
first
he doesn't
leg.
want to find
Steve
himself
West.
on double one. That's a 12-dart break of throw. Steve West, the first player
Second
to
leg, it's Steve to throw
put down
first.
somewhat of a
Game
marker.
on.
Let's not forget, though, Warburton had this strategy of coming out, hitting the ground running. Ben Robb turned around a 3-0 deficit to come away the 4-3 winner.
$58.
He's just playing with so much freedom and ease right now with Steve West.
Well, he's at his peak level of performance. He has made the most
55.
unbelievable start to this final.
Well, he hit 6 180s so far tonight. Include these ones, he's on 9. It might be 10.
140.
9 180s tonight, 43 across the week. He's hit 52 maximums this week, Steve West.
140. Steve, you require
He's just gone out in
81.
12 to break. He wants double 12 for an
Shot on the
11.
second leg,
My
Steve
goodness, what a performance this is so far. 23 darts to win 2 legs. 3 180s
Third
in
leg,
the
it's Ben
process.
to throw
He's averaging
first.
130, Matt,
Game on.
and he's missed a dart at a double.
We're getting to the point here where we might have to start talking about this being the greatest final performance we've ever seen.
93.
If Steve West keeps up anything like this level of performance. And it doesn't look like it's going to stop anywhere soon. It's looking easy to Steve West.
135.
Well, barring a horrendous deflection, that would have been a 4th max in 2 and a bit legs.
59. $140.
Relentless quality from Steve West. Averaging 132. And he's past the halfway point.
96. 97.
129 after 9, a possible 12 dart leg, and yeah, I don't blame you, Ben Rob. You probably feel like you've walked into a
99.
brick wall.
Steve,
There
you
ain't many
require
you wouldn't get through.
129. 64. Ben, you require 154.
That's the first time he's not hit a treble.
Well, 25 for tops is going to be the route for Steve West, a big lover of tops. And it could be another sub-15 dart leg.
Single 19, tops.
Game shot on the third leg, Steve West.
Absolutely outstanding. 15 dart, double break of throw, 3-0 the lead, one away from a
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw
Champions
first.
Week title.
Game on.
A place in the Super Series history books.
Can Ben Rob do it again?
59.
Can he turn around a 3-0 deficit? He did against Mike Warburton.
Westy will be aware of that.
180.
Well, that's the way to start the fight back. 180 of his own. The fourth in the final.
59.
We have seen this from West, the odd leg where they just dry up.
$96.
And for context, this is on the Steve West throw as well.
Darting deja vu, Matt.
Well, this is just that classic example
95.
with darts that you can't play for time. That, you know, you can't just go put the ball in the corner. You've got to keep winning games.
The one way to play this game is to attack, and there's another max. His second of the leg. He's on an 11 darter of his own.
58. Ben, you require 45.
If you're going to beat them, you've got to join them in this situation.
13.
Nothing West can do from 230, so Ben Rob will get a return to confirm the breaker throw in leg number 4.
Incredibly. Well, not incredibly.
100.
Unsurprisingly, the way
Ben, you
West
require
was throwing
22.
over the course of 3 legs. Those are his first 2 darts at a double. Doesn't want to be giving Westy a go at 130, I can assure you. Should bump in. Oh, beautiful dart.
Flag,
Didn't
Ben
even
Rob.
use that.
Fifth leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $68. 100. 140.
5 maximums so far in this fixture. 3 for West, 2 for Ben Rob.
Thought we were nailed on for a fourth from
100.
West. Got to do here is just keep in touch with Ben Rob. I am force an error out of him, and that is an
58.
error. 2 treble visit here. Could take Westy down. A wild one.
41.
Well, this is encouraging for Ben Rob. I suppose that's what you've got to do in that situation. You've just got to try and ride the storm.
108.
And just think it can't carry on like this, and eventually I'll get some form of opportunity.
And if it does, you just hold your hands up and say, well, nothing I could do.
100. Ben, you require 55.
But he's reeling this back. His third maximum of the match. 6 in total.
35.
Oh,
Steve, you require
Done this.
160.
multiple occasions. Dad, a 164 tonight.
140.
To tick another one off.
Ben, you require 20. Game shot on the 5th leg. Ben Robb.
Oh, this is the key leg.
Sixth
Someone
leg. It's
down
Steve
on
to
the
throw first. Game on.
Ben Robb table being a little too vocal for Steve West's liking. Make as much noise as you like in between the players' throw.
100.
They're all looking a bit guilty.
93.
Good recovery.
$108.
7th 180 of what has been an incredible final.
58.
Is that the beginning of the end?
Just when you start to believe that Ben Robb could turn this one around, Steve West reasserts himself.
91.
After 9 darts, leaves him 130. This has to be a maximum for Ben Robb.
I think it would be a 350 and 6 to
140.
stand any chance, because Westy
Steve, you require
with 6 of this, if he hits the
130.
treble 20, it'll be treble 10 for tops.
80.
In a way, he won't mind not hitting that treble, because now he can leave tops.
Leave his favourite, the target he's been hitting all week.
96.
But Ben Robb's there,
Steve, you require
just
50.
in case.
There's the single 10.
30. Ben, you require 114.
For a skin saver. For a break of throw. To make himself favourite for this match.
Yep, this goes in. He has the honour in the decider. Treble 18. Oof, good effort.
58.
2 very well thrown darts.
Steve, you require 20.
So 3 in hand for Steve West to get the job done. Inside. Gets the double
Shot
5.
And the MODUS Super
Steve
Series
West
Week
is
5 champion.
Week 5
Steve
Series
West.
6 champion with an average of 99.63. 4 180s in that final. And the way he started, a couple of 180s in leg 1. He made a statement early, winning legs of 12, 11 and 15 before a spirited fight back from Ben Robb. An absolutely outstanding and fitting final to end this week 5. There are the numbers, 99.63. All the 8s for Ben Robb. He rallied hard. 3 180s for him, 4 140s. 2 out of 9 on the doubles. 4 out of 9 for Steve West, who makes history here, being the first player to win 4 weekly titles here in Portsmouth. An outstanding effort. Hard to argue. The best player for this week 5 as he takes the spoils. And I'm sure that Henry is ready with our champion, Steve West, on stage for the trophy presentation and some analysis, of course, with Matt Edgar.
Well, it's been quite the emotional moment, and Steve West is just soaked up in the moment. He's just gone over to see his family, and it's a very emotional moment for Steve. It's been a busy 12 months for him. Lost his tour card, obviously, last year, and he came to the Super Series, and this has kind of sprung a new life to him. And tonight he's made history. He's become the first player to ever win 4 titles, 4 weekly titles. Steve, many, many congratulations. The tears in your eyes kind of say, if I just bring you a little bit forward here, if that's okay, my friend. The tears in your eyes say it all. This means so much. It's been such a week for you, hasn't it, on and off the hockey, and I suppose this is the ultimate feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a tough week, a really tough week, and I'm glad I can say I've gone away from here winning, and I'm allowed to come back again 4 times. So yeah, it's been a really, really, really draining week.
Has this been the hardest one to win for you?
Group B was a group of death. When I looked at it, I wish I'd played and gone in Group C, but now I'm looking at it and thinking, well, you've done the right thing. So, you know, you always play to win. And if I'm honest, I didn't look at any group all the way through. But when I come in on Thursday, it was a really, really tough group. And all the guys are, you know, they're all great. We all get on like a house on fire. So it makes it a little bit easier to play, not easier to win.
Let's talk about that final and those first 3 legs, because that was a spurt, the like of which we've never seen here. Midway through the 3rd leg, you were averaging in excess of 133.
Oh, wow. Really? I don't know. I can't explain it. I just threw, and you know, they were going. And a little while after that, they stopped going. Yeah, I like that. That's what we played the game for, right?
And then Ben comes back at you. He wins a couple of legs. And what's going through the mind at 3-2?
I've got a leg to throw start. You know, I can start my own leg eventually. So I'll wait for that and I'll do it and then. And that's what I did.
Exactly that. And you get the business done and you win it again. It's the 4th time you've won it. You're now the outright leader in terms of weekly wins here at the Super Series. And we just saw you there come off stage, hug members of your family, some friends and things like that. And this week, I know, hasn't been the easiest for you, Steve.
And that's why this is happening. It's been a tough week, a really tough week. We had some bad news, and then more bad news, and you've still got to try and concentrate and play. And if I've come through that, then I can probably come through a lot of things, you know?
Let's talk about this year, because the end of last year, you dropped off the PDC Pro Tour. We saw you come here in March, then you win in your debut week, and then we see you win again and again and again on this particular stage. Has this been your best year of your darting life?
No, I'll be honest, no, absolutely not. I think we all know that came in 2016 and then 17 and 18 and then COVID hit. It's right up there, I'm not going to lie. My biggest achievements have come in a row, like with this. But yeah, biggest year of my life. I wouldn't say so in darts, no, because I've done a lot of things, but this is well up there.
And obviously now going forward into 2024, I know there's still a lot of things up in the air, a lot of balls that are going to be up in the air, but
yeah.
I suppose back at a 4th Champions Week, hopefully you're going to be as close to full fitness as possible. I know obviously you're waiting that operation still. How much would you like to turn that trophy into the big one?
Massively. That would be, I don't know, that would be a dream. It would be a dream. It'd be nice, just so I can just relieve a lot of pressure on myself and my girlfriend and fiance, if you like. But yeah, that would be a bonus. That.
And just finally, your fan club, every single time you get it, gets bigger and bigger. He's just hidden out of shot now, but you've brought Jared Cole with you and all.
Yeah, but he loves me. Jared loves me. I love Jared. He's brilliant. You know, I used to drive him to the Pro Tours when he was on the Challenge Tour and really high. So we have respect. We're friends.
And he's going to watch you lift that trophy. This is the 4th time we've done this, Steve, so you know exactly what we're going to ask you to do. I'm going to take that microphone off you. I'm going to shake your hand and say many congratulations, because, ladies and gentlemen, for a record-breaking 4th time, it's Steve West who's your weekly winner. He surpasses the record of even the likes of Matt Clark, even the likes of Luke Little, and nobody's won a week as many times as Steve West at the MODUS Super Series. And even the Simon Adams hand of appreciation as well. Well, Steve is taking the acclaim of the crowd. He comes off stage. Steve, we even get a little move from him as well. Matthew Edgar also here as well. He's going to join me on stage to talk about what we've seen. And we've stood here on a Saturday night a lot of times. We've actually stood here and watched Steve West win on a lot of Saturday nights, but I've not known such a natural outpour of emotion following a final like that as what we saw from Steve, he was literally in tears.
I was concerned for him when he went down. I thought he's not going to get back up. The problem with the hips. But in all seriousness, for Steve West, the way he started that final, he ended up having something to lose. And that's the concern and that's the worry, because he'd probably felt like he won that a lot sooner than it actually was. Ben Robb started coming back at him, and that's when it starts getting nervy and touchy. He'll just be delighted to get over that line, as we could clearly see.
As for Ben Robb, the fact that he could still come back after everything that was for him in that first 3 legs, 130 plus average for the large portion of it, to come back from that and still give a contest, we've got to give a lot of credit to a man who's played so well this week.
Well, all he knows is winning, isn't it? 89% win rate is absolutely ridiculous. And we saw that in the semi-final game when he turned around from 3-0 down and came back to win that. It looked like he was doing the same again, but Steve West, another 180. He's been the 180 king, and he found it at the right time.
Well, just behind your shoulder, we've just seen Steve and his partner Michelle embrace there after what's been an emotional week for him. A lot's gone on both on and off the Ocean. We spoke a lot about Luke Littler for a long time being the pound-for-pound best player here at the Super Series. Now he's out of the equation. Do we have to say Steve West that now?
I would find it hard to argue that point right now, and Steve West will certainly come up here and tell you that. How does he recover from the operation and the surgery? I hope it goes well, and I hope we see the Steve West we've seen here this week at Champions Week.
Well, Matt, this is the last time we're going to work with each other this year. It's been an absolute pleasure spending the last year or so with you. Any highlights?
I wish I could say the same.
Lovely. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your Christmas. I'll see you in the new year. And, yeah, have a good Christmas.
You too. We'll see you soon.
Well, we'll see you on Monday, where the Highlander is going to steal the show.